this is. This was not an appeal succeeding on its merit. This was an overcome, procured, packaged, and well delivered. The MPP states without fear of contradiction, this acquittal was politically motivated, well orchestrated and planned, and its timing on the eve of legal vacation, with public attention divided, is no coincidence, and it's not an accident at all. And we hear the Attorney General says he's going to go before the Supreme Court on appeal. It is all part of the well choreographed plan. Commencement of trial was 30th January 2019. It is all part of the well choreographed plan. Commencement of trial was 30th January 2019. Charge sheet was filed at the High Court Criminal Division. In all, 78 counts were filed. In all, 78 counts were filed. Among these offenses were stealing, conspiracy to commit crime, willfully causing financial loss to the state, conspiracy, improper payment of public funds, unauthorized commitment resulting in financial obligations for government, breaches of our procurement law, on 24th, and this will blow your mind, Madam Sedinam Tamaklo advanced a loan to Obatampa Savings and Loans. It was a check, ADB check. The moment Obatampa Savings and Loans received this check, they asked of the interest. And this is even poor administration of Maslock. Why would Obatampa ask of an interest after the monies have already been advanced to them? And the interest was mentioned to be 4%. And they said, no, we cannot. Because we deal with farmers here, we deal with market women here, they cannot pay the 4%. And Madam Sedinam Tamaklo told the man to return the money. The man should cash the 500,000, cash, and bring it to Accra. The man obliged, cashed 500,000 Ghana cedis, met Madam Sedinam Tamaklo at Bachuna Total, packed the money in her car boot, and she departed. And she gave her a written consent that she has received the money. The monies were not lodged into Maslock accounts. Forensic audits revealed that the monies were never deposited in Maslock accounts. Yet we are being told that she did nothing wrong. Again, the board approved 1.6 million for her for sensitization and training program. She withdrew more than what the board approved. 1.816 million was withdrawn. Out of it, do you know how much she disbursed out of the 1.8 million? 1,300 Ghana cedis. The rest in her pocket. 1,300 Ghana cedis. Without compliance with the Public Procurement Act, she again signed a contract purchasing 350 vehicles. And it will surprise you. Let me go through it. I'll come back to the Kantamanto fire. Now, in 2016, without PPA's approval, she signed a contract for the supply of 350 vehicles, comprising 150 Avio Saloon, 100 Chevy Sparklight, and 133-seater Isuzu buses. On the Avio Saloon, she purchased one vehicle for $18,883, though the market price was $12,000. The market price was $12,000. Yet she alone bought it for $18,000. On the Chevy Sparklight, she bought one for $16,500. Again, the market price was $9,100. On the Isuzu 33 bus-seater, she bought one for $112,000, $942. But the actual price was $74,493. In all, she pocketed $4.1 million, almost 50 million Ghana cedis. And the evidence is clear. These matters were investigated thoroughly. And yet we are being told that she should go home free with our money. In fact, at a point when a certain Samsung phone was on the market, selling on the market for 100 Ghana cedis, normal young phones, she alone bought it for 400 Ghana cedis. 400 Ghana cedis. You recall the Kantamanto fire, where 1.4 million Ghana cedis was meant for our market women. This woman pocketed 600,000 Ghana cedis. 600,000 Ghana cedis. At a point, she requested that she needed to seek medical attention. She never returned. 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25, and she returned 26. And in less than 2 months, she's been freed. Ladies and gentlemen, again, unapproved payment of 273,000. These monies again went to her. She paid herself and her deputy 135,000 Ghana cedis, 82,000 Ghana cedis, 28,000 Ghana cedis as ex gratia, unapproved. And she was meant to go through the judicial process fairly. She was never under any duress. And at the time, following her refusal to join the trial, on an application by the prosecution, the court on 24th, she left on 24th January 2023, ordered that her trial be held in absentia. She left in 2021. And the prosecution relaxed on their constitutional rule just because of fair trial. So 2021, she left. 22, she was not in the country. 23, that was when the prosecution put before the court an application for her to be tried in absentia. And again, to ensure that she was duly notified, the court further ordered that she be served by substitution in the following manner through her lawyers, Agbesi Jakpasu Esquire. Her last known place of abode, publication in the national dailies and on the notice board of High Court for 21 days. After 21 days, she still failed to show up. Then trial proceeded in her absence accordingly. On 16th April 2024, judgment was delivered and she was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. The trial judge in the judgment evaluated the evidence on record, including the cross-examination done by Sedinam Tamaklu's lawyers, her charge, and her caution statement. After the judgment, extradition request commenced under the 1931 extradition treaty with U.S. By July 2024, all the documentation from the AG's office had been completed and submitted to the U.S. authorities. In August, U.S. informed the AG's office that they had located her in the U.S. Her residential address was known and all her movements under surveillance. They placed her on the stop list. The U.S. kept updating the AG until January 2025 when government changed. There was absolutely nothing left for government of Ghana to do. Every further step was left in the hands of the U.S. government. Ladies and gentlemen, let me proceed by stating that it has become the modus operandi of this Attorney General. It was an agenda well conceived to free all their people. And I'm going to give you an account on that. Check this. The snake scandal. Is it not worrying that the High Court in Accra also acquitted and discharged the former Director General and Board Chairman and two others who were accused of causing financial loss to the state to the tune of 70 million, again by just a stroke of pen? The Attorney General entered nolle prosequi. And these are accused persons who were told to open their case. The court had ruled that you have a case to answer, so open your defense. Yet, the Attorney General, the current Attorney General, just went to court, entered nolle prosequi, and acquitted and discharged all of them. The Unibank scandal. Again, we are talking about a whooping 5.7 billion Ghana cedis. It included the founder, Dr. Kwabena Duffuor, and many others. In fact, including even the current governor, Bank of Ghana. And again, the court had ruled that they have a case to answer. Yet, this Attorney General, because it is already a well-conceived agenda to free their people, again went to court with a stroke of a pen, entered nolle prosequi, and freed all of them. We are talking about 5.7 billion Ghana cedis here. The Segleme scandal. Honorable Collins Downder and others. The monies involved, they were supposed to build affordable houses. And the monies were squandered. And they were standing trial for $200 million, the monies involved. And yet, the court had ruled that they have a case to answer. They must open their defense. Just when Attorney General, that was possibly the first set of assignment he was given. He again went to court, entered nolle prosequi, and the court acquitted and discharged them. Huge monies. Then the Cocoa Board scandal. Again, we are talking about 271 million Ghana cedis involved in this. Attorney General freed them. Attorney General freed them. These are all monies. These are all financial loss to the state. So we are not surprised that from day one, they had already conceived that we are going to free Madam Sedinam Tamaklu. And it is worrying how the Court of Appeal would say. And I have this here, I'll read it out to you. In one of the rationale behind the judgment, Court of Appeal is saying the charge sheet was defective. How can the charge sheet be defective? How? When they never raised this matter during trial, it never came up. Even so, Section 406(1) of Act 30 is quite clear, and I'll read it to you. Subject to the provisions therein after contained, no findings, sentence, or order passed by a court of competent jurisdiction shall be reversed or altered on appeal or review on account of any error, omission, irregularity in the complaint, summons, warrant, charge, proclamation, order, judgment, or other proceedings before or during the trial. And this is quite clear. So you cannot base, even though it is true, assuming without admitting, yes, that there were some errors on the charge sheet, which was never raised during trial. The judges at the High Court, at the Court of Appeal, did a great disservice to Ghanaians. Great disservice. We are talking about 90 million Ghana cedis, and we can just hinge her freedom on the fact that there were some technical errors or errors, even assuming without admitting. So if there were some problems with the charge sheet, it means the person should run away with 90 million, when indeed Section 406 is saying that, look, even if you have some errors or irregularities on the charge sheet, that cannot free. You cannot reverse a court of competent jurisdiction the decision based on errors or defects. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a wholesale amnesty for the politically connected, dressed up in prosecutorial discretion. But discretion under our law is not a private weapon. Under Article 296, it commands that it must be exercised fairly, candidly, and without, or it must not be done capriciously. What fairness, what candor is there in a prosecutorial policy whose only consistent principle is that the party card of an accused, Madam Tamaklu Ationu, stood convicted, so the front door of a nolle prosequi was shut. Yesterday, the back door was open for her. The Attorney General did not protect the public purse. He presided over a ceremony of betrayal. And I'm surprised. The Attorney General put in a very weak and a relaxed defense before the Court of Appeal. I think that the judges at the Court of Appeal should have done better. They should not have relied on some of these things, especially when 90 million Ghana cedis is at stake. Because the Attorney General is part of the choreography. So they put in a very weak defense, very relaxed defense. In fact, it was even captured in the statement. Let me also read this one to you. It was captured in the written submission of the respondent in answer to the appellant's submission pursuant to leave granted by this honorable court. And I'll read just a small portion. we wish to bring to the attention of the Honorable Court that the record of appeal before the court is not complete. We state that all the exhibits tendered by the prosecution during trial does not form part of the record. The only documents found as part of the record are some of the documents which formed part of the disclosure done by the prosecution. So it was even revealed that the Attorney General put in a very weak, very relaxed, very ill defense. So obviously, as we have predicted all this while, the entire choreography was to release and free Madam Sedinam Tamaklu. And to our judiciary, we say this with heavy hearts, but steady voices. Every judge of the Superior Court swears to do justice. And Article 17 of the Constitution guarantees every person's equality before the law. Yet, the pattern now staring the nation in the face is the two-track system of justice. One track, swift, forgiving, and generous for friends of the government. Another, harsh, hurried, and merciless for the opponent. Selective justice. And I keep saying this. There is a certain fear hovering on the judiciary. From 1992, we have never, no government, no president, we have never ousted our Chief Justice before. Never. It is only under President Mahama who promised NDC members that he was going to sanitize the judiciary. And indeed, it was part of their plan to oust the former Chief Justice, Madam Tokono. So the message is clear that if the president has been able to put in a system to remove the Chief Justice, then who am I? So it looks like, it appears, and that is what I see. Because I have been in court where a whole judge, a circuit court judge, is celebrating Idi Amin, such a notorious tyrant, such a notorious dictator. The judge is celebrating Idi Amin in his ruling. In fact, in his ruling, he stated that although all of us are equal before the law, as stipulated by the Constitution, in practice, some are actually above the law. That is what he said in his ruling. And do you know where this judge is now? He has been promoted. He's at the High Court now. He was the same judge who again introduced Animal Farm in his judgment. Such poor judgment, which received several criticisms. That ruling was widely condemned. Yet, he has been promoted to the High Court. So now the impression is that the impression is, do the bidding of the sitting government and you receive promotion. So there is a certain fear hovering over the judiciary. And that is why we say democracy under siege, democracy under attack. A judiciary that convicts the opposition on thin evidence in record time, whilst government allies walk free against overwhelming evidence, is not administering justice. It is administering politics in judicial costume. Public confidence in the court is the only currency the judiciary possesses. And yesterday, the currency was devalued before the eyes of more than 33 million Ghanaians and the international community. The message this government sent to the world yesterday is chilling. In Ghana today, accountability is for the opponent, and impunity is for friends. Steal for the party in power, and the law will find you innocent. Oppose the party in power, and the law will find you guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday's acquittal cannot be viewed in isolation. It is the latest chapter in a sustained assault on the pillars of our Fourth Republic. Overnight, the Mahama-led NDC government has succeeded in undermining almost every single index of good constitutional governance in Ghana. This is their record. The removal of former Chief Justice. Let it never be forgotten where this all began. The murky, opaque, the constitutionally suspect process by which Her Ladyship Chief Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokuno was suspended and ultimately removed from office. That removal, conducted behind closed doors and in defiance to every principle of due process, transparency, and natural justice, was not an isolated act. It was opening move, the very beginning of a deliberate agenda to decapite the judiciary, capture it, and destroy the last institutional safeguard of good governance in this country. Everything we have witnessed since flows from this originating sin. And I keep saying, eyes are watching the Chief Justice. My Lord Bafuboni, eyes are watching you, because you are the greatest beneficiary of this suspension and removal of Chief Justice Tokuno. Eyes are watching you. Again, your wife is also another great beneficiary of President Mahama's administration. She was appointed to be Director General Prisons under President Mahama. So eyes are watching you. If things are not going well, if justice is being skewed, the legitimate questions people will be asking in their minds will be, is it because, my Lord, you have benefited greatly? Eyes are watching. Questions are being asked. And these are legitimate issues. You are now the Chief Justice appointed by President Mahama after the suspension and removal of Chief Justice Tokuno. And again, Madame Bafuboni has also gotten an appointment as the overall boss, Ghana Prisons. So is it the case that you cannot speak truth to power? Is it the case? These are questions people are asking. Is it the case that there is that fear hovering over the judiciary? Is it the case? Are your people administering justice in fear? These are troubling times for our democracy. Troubling times for our democracy. interference with the judiciary, the independence of our courts, the last refuge of the citizen, has been systematically compromised, with judicial outcomes increasingly tracking the political interest of the governing party. A brazen display of selective justice. Persons affiliated to the NDC are freed, discharged and acquitted, while opponents of government are hounded, convicted, and jailed on the flimsiest of evidence. The concentration of all so-called Operation Recover or Loot cases before only 2 judges, Justice Achibonga and Justice Kokuvite, who between them handle every one of these politically charged prosecutions, and whose conduct on these trials has strongly undermined the effort of accused persons to defend themselves. Now, these 2 judges, they are supposed to handle all cases involving NPP element. All cases. And indeed, they have also been sanctioned. They have been given strict instructions not to go on vacation, because the courts are on legal vacation, but they have been told, hey, stay back and make sure you do all these cases. People are asking questions. Why only these 2 judges? Why? Why only these 2 judges? The baseless punishment of political opponents while NDC members walk free. A 2-tier system of justice in which the scales are weighed by party colors rather than evidence. We have witnessed over the years, a year and more or so, where operatives of MPP are picked up the moment they make the slightest of comment which is deemed to be offensive to President Mahama and the government. A lot of people have been arrested and they have been refused bail. So many, in fact, my last count reviewed 25. In fact, and even yesterday, I have this here. They have arrested one Godfred Ansu Damwa for a post he made on X, asking questions on the widely circulated video between President Mahama and the National Security Coordinator regarding some 150 million. Since his arrest yesterday, and as I speak to you now, we don't know who he is. Sorry, we don't know where he is. Just yesterday, he was picked up. Godfred Ansu Damwa. He was picked up simply because he asked questions. And all of you have seen this video which went viral. He's asking that question, and he's been arrested. Can you imagine? This is dangerous for our democracy, and it shows how the Mahama-led and its law enforcement agencies are weaponizing the power given them by Ghanaian people to prevent citizens from exercising their fundamental human right of free speech. Just yesterday. The hurried reintroduction of the widely decried public tribunal system, an institution Ghanaians rejected decades ago, now being resurrected as an instrument to harass opposition. All of us must fight this tribunal. Media, we must fight it. We must fight it. It is evil. The NDC intends to perpetuate evil with this tribunal. They intend to harass all manner of persons with this tribunal. We all know the tradition. We all know what this tribunal brings to mind. You all know. The courts are doing their work. The courts are doing their work. We must all fight against this tribunal. The NDC intends to perpetrate evil with this tribunal. The suppression and criminalization of free speech, with critics of the government facing arrest, prosecution, and intimidation for exercising constitutionally guaranteed rights. The imposition of repressive and onerous bail conditions by law enforcement bodies, designed not to secure attendance at trial, but to punish and harass the political opponent before any court has pronounced on their guilt. The law is that every accused person is presumed to be innocent. But what the NDC, what they are doing with bails, the way and manner, bails are meant to make sure that the accused person is brought before either the court or to aid with investigation. That is it. Nothing more, nothing less. Bails are not meant to be punitive. But under President Mahama, and recently even Honorable Haruna Idrisu even spoke against it.
94.7. Ekosiise On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiise On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiise On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiise.
Thoughts and responses to this news conference that is currently ongoing.
Why? Is this what we voted for? And indeed, if President Mahama thinks that because he was overwhelmingly endorsed, because of that, Ghana was sold to him. Ghana is his private property. So you think that if President Mahama had promised Ghanaians in his campaign message that when I come, I'm going to free Honorable Collins Dauda, I'm going to free Governor Esiama, I'm going to free Dr. Dufour, then he should have incorporated this in his campaign message. Because in the first 100 days, you freed all elements. In the first 100 days. Again, a veiled third-term agenda orchestrated by President Mahama himself. He is the one behind it. You ask President Mahama, oh, I am not interested. Oh, it's only the Supreme Court. There are some applications before the Supreme Court. Whatever day the Supreme Court decides, it is not my issue. As for me, I'm only committed to my third term. We must fight against it. And again, to our judiciary, any attempt to introduce any weird interpretation regarding Article 66 would throw Ghana into a political turmoil. 2 terms, 2 terms. It is dangerous. And people are fighting for it, in fact, including NDC elements. And trust me, I can tell you on authority that His Excellency, the President, knows about this. He is behind it. And all of these applications before the Supreme Court, they are politically sponsored. They are politically sponsored. And that is where the fear is. Because now if you have a certain fear hovering around our justice delivery system, and this application is before them, all of us, we must speak against it. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to draw your attention to one development so bizarre it removes any lingering doubt about what is afoot. The Chief Justice of the Republic has issued warrant authorizing these 2 very justices, Justice Achibonga and Justice Kokuvite, to sit during legal vacation, which commences tomorrow, 1st August. Think of it. All judges of the Superior Court, it is precisely the 2 judges before whom every politically charged prosecution of opposition figures are before. Who must, and they must not pause, they must work through. Why this indecent haste? What is the emergency? The only reasonable conclusion available to any objective observer is that this is part of the grand scheme involving the Chief Justice, the Jubilee House, and the two justices to rush justice and to convict political opponent at all cost. Justice hurried is justice buried. Trials conducted at a breakneck speed through vacations with accused persons denied a fair opportunity to prepare and present their defense are not trials at all. They are choreographed conveyor belt to a predetermined conviction. Why do we do this? Without a doubt, our democracy is under siege. The 1992 Constitution, for which so many sacrificed, is being hollowed out before political affiliation, ethnicity, or creed must rise to defend this. Our demands. The New Patriotic Party demand the following. Since it is now abundantly clear that the Attorney General and the machinery of justice under the administration have no intention whatsoever of protecting the public purse, the Attorney General should, as a matter of consistency and fairness, immediately discontinue and discharge all appointees of the previous MPP administration currently standing trial. It cannot be the case that the law is a weapon against one side on the political divide and a shield for the other. The Attorney General must render a full public account of every case involving persons affiliated to the governing party that has been discontinued, withdrawn, or otherwise terminated since January 2025, together with the reasons thereof. The Judicial Council and the leadership of the judiciary must take urgent steps to restore public confidence in the administration of justice, which yesterday's decision has gravely undermined. Chairman Bernard Nchibu to me, the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the MPP, must be immediately acquitted and discharged and released. His conviction and the outrageous sentence of 20 years imprisonment with hard labor handed down barely 10 days ago were politically motivated and procured without sufficient evidence. A fact his lawyers have set out more than 20 grounds of appeal, now pending before the Court of Appeal. A call to action. Massive protest ahead. Yes. Fellow Ghanaians, the time for silence is over. The New Patriotic Party hereby serves notice that on 6th of August, next week Thursday, 2026, in collaboration with other political parties, civil society, organization, professional bodies, student movement, youth movement, and all well-meaning citizens, we shall embark on massive demonstration to defend our democracy. We are starting here in Accra and we'll be going to other regions as well to defend our democracy, our constitution, and the rule of law. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the media, for your attention. God bless our homeland Ghana, make our nation strong. And 24, Adofo, media for Central for Moshia. Madaroma, and a Jumedia, a year, Jumedia, a Hunya Yipa. Na Samasha, and Yamabia air cost war, our attention, Nimuno, eh, ye papa Chief Justice, Wadauroma, sorry. Now, no, and Ray, Madame said in Tamaklo, or no, Yabon Quedu, so what every Ghana Sika, no, there was any stream. What for Ghana Japadian with Johnny Fukumha? A brand party bar, Ben Pet, the Timako Fanaba. Now, what you mean, Lunia Chirika court is Uncle Free. Obia of far Ghana Sika 90 million Ghana cedis. Otimimo Bibusia, no Bia Busane said. na insihu say na daso was insihu yo ohamu nchichemu nan ohamu nchichemu nan we de yentimi ntua ene fa sika ne breme sika na yemfa nkoma stock accounts mu ne de sini car boot no ko ye ji sika 1.8
over 50 million Ghana cedis. When you na adanse wo ho. When you na adanse ginam nanso yampemwa ama ene court of appeal aye Ghana bone sonko. Say ene is a man afa am fa so a omo pese omo yi omo kofo na omo gina 10 yen no omo kofi oba kaya asade scandal you are Collins Dauda ne penny for aka na $200 million na was asem you say omo kofi atoni junu afa na pen ne paper na go court ya makwan ni obi akofi snakes penny for aka wo no mo a omo di Ghana pirum over 70 million Ghana cedis. And then the Zoom coffee. Snit. The Zoom coffee. Cocoa board, scandal buy over 271 million Ghana cedis and then boom. Cocoa board. Tony Juna buy was your own coffee, or the pen paper, the pocket, with your own coffee. Unibank issues a ban when Musi Kasama, never munya almost 5.7 billion Ghana cedis. But if one who do one, including Governor Bank of Ghana. Omunya here said Omungofi, Mungo. They dependent by their court. We in case they interested in Mungo. Sana said Namtama Kudio, Attorney General Court, one will cancel Babiao, as some more kind of Munyu, or their tin to run a court, and a court to Jinasu. Now, court, I did court to Moya, they say. Court, boy, you see, can't buy. It is Attorney General Pana, one can answer, yeah. Court the assumption so that was said that the boy is come by. The listen would not say, and a charge should be defective. And Brandon should say, charge should cry defective, and answer from so do also cry. Young Minister, young cancer. He said, one is also Debbie, and then who be about the top a year Ghana, ya 10 years old, your judiciary, and who be about the toss, Adentia, acquire your fast one ye, a year Chief Justice. Talk on the fever, the more than the evil. Today, who be about a toss? It's a simple, but could be a fine NDC need to you didn't snunko. A simple, but quite a funnel, MPP, you didn't snunko. And what's that 10 years, dear? A shame management year. And one, Jaja or local ball a year, Idi Amin, or an Asempa. Say Idi Amin, dear, or say found who dear, our de Casano betting the amount. Now found who dear Obenya or Casa de Chino. I don't want to farmer. Na judge or do we say and come on, I want to cast you. And the judge Yabona was in the High Court. Getting Yabana. Won't you answer me what you say? Or tiny away, children. Nipabinu Pipi and Yamano. Yes, you may not like one to me, but I'm running a bra. It will be a set of number of council in the concession. Now, Obia on Yako fan is a woe now, Uber 2 gold bills. Say, you found your fan is a Uber dance a crew now, the tail to me. Wono, you don't walk out there. And look at it inside into your position. Now, Obia, what time you got the 90 million, yes, won't go. You are no one in a crata, or not quite personal court crack, so you're in a crata. You see, I'm going to go there for 20 years. And you offer 90 million. I will get you free chroma. I have been one sans and I buy now. Yes, all. And then Ghana, Okasa. Nasa, you are buying that near Babachu. Okasana buying in you one near Babachu. Now, you can't be about benefiting from free speech. What kind of Casa boy than a Kumaswo? Get President Mama. And some men are President Mama for one time for one in your penny, another go for it. Or some other go for boy from 4, the bush of 4 years to come on. We know, Karen. And some men are being no more NDC for mankind. And some men are mankind for judicial. and send that Panamanka edit your 10 feet. And commodity money. If there is any party are benefiting from free speech, expressing view, someone can, someone walk my it is the NDC and President Mahama. So why? Then I buy a net, yes, I branch Godfred, Ansu, Damwa, Yakwa Chino. Ada video I buy a President Mahama and National Security Coordinator and Monoma. Yet is a President Mahama and no can be 150 million. Branch is and then never want to be free from the Yakwa Chino. Because of Yakwa Chino. The President Mahama is a Kawa then. And I'll catch a gun for sending back my teacher go for say 2 seconds about President Mahama. Oba then. And then Kawa share was said. Wona for 4 years NDC for a original court anu attentin ye di o masem me ba na ma attorney general ayo mo apepo mo awon ma quality ka se kana for beto ma aden wan ye no campaign promise because I can not go say e ya de hu nya we pa because ye ba ko nya mienu nya miensa e ka ko be nsia na say e ya wa won ko for no wa ko promise wo ba no wa be di o mo aden no one can check Ghana for say it's part of your campaign promise say wo ba Unko for a Mugina attenting anymore, Ube Jalmo. Baby, I don't be saying I am sorry, Cassa. Now, the other young said, to me, I had demand President Mahama overwhelming, massive endorsement, and the parliament, Obianya endorsement, massive say that. And when I did your NDC. Any President Mahama, His Excellency Myxtro, I almost said Ghana, says, I have torn. Sansa, your baby, I will be a cassa. A chin, Yemium. Now, can see then a branch of only NDC communicator. A typical live TV show. That's your family list of one another. Ekosiisen, former IGP, Okum Nipa, our police headquarters. Video no ho, munya no bio. Se former IGP kum nipa, e bon ko for fire squad, kum nipa, e police headquarters yanche no. O kan ya kan se, papa ya o small arms. Ono na distribute arms e de mo boko, amon ko kun to kwa. E besim ne. O da so na. Obi amfa ne sanka. Abrantia o ni 3% pesa. O ko no na. Ayarefo ewo rage. In fact, a prime minister no kwa set up committee so onko and pass one ko obi okuta video na wako no na ayarefo say such a criminal offense on a one obi no yen dia tigana na selective justice ye kuma and ye kuma abu shafa masam be bia edu no yan kan yan ntum the New Patriotic Party nyame aduma next week Thursday on the 6th ye sim montin so ye tin tesiko kwa tra ben say our democracy is under attack, our democracy is under siege, we are in dangerous times. India say a name Saban Ethnis ha. Yes, sir, and ye abaye, Obibia, and a chama to be just so happy. Make name somewhere a ye, mammy, Kokuvite, and they come to the mountains. Yan Trassi, and Kaikasa Ponche, Yamia Tumwa, on the 6th of August, next week Thursday. Yabati and Mobu Monteso. There will be series of actions. Here again, Adia SCA, Yanveya Ghana democracy, Ebewu, Ebesini Trust. We are in dangerous times, we are in dark times, and we must be careful. Then the American say, Papa Bafuboni, what are Roma? Ebra, two justice, Chief Justice Toku, and your woman by, and you will be a case, you are the greatest beneficiary. Nipanica. Since when you move fast, a bride too, when you move fast, the suspended normally acting Chief Justice, a brave uniform was our Chief Justice. And I am a buff bonning soon. You are Muhammad so appointed. I know their Director General and my prisons. And to Papa, Say you may do one here, or be free, say. Some someone young for so dear free president, Mamma, and you may do one won't to me and Shanka. Some of the come and the person may be right. Say, Papa, say, be on for so be a 1 year free president, Mamma, won't you? So one day, and you may be one won't to be anyone can't tell the baby. And then, court, a legal vacation. Now, so. Ya chechiri judges for me and say chinchina legal vacation on Coswano Tina LPP so why the indecent things ye be play on side Madam said na come up yet not from Rema even when we Johnny a cry free Ghana go 5 good years and some you didn't say Chema to me asem na 1 year ye pepi asem sa Mr. Media for Namia next week Thursday on the 6th. Your 2 of Mogumontiso, your team to score crash out there. A can't balance our democracies and attack. On since the Yemeni, sending University on yes, sir. And the Ghana, the Jan, who's off of us. Fantastic.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinye, Ekosiisen ye, Bonsu our Minisempa, de Brane Mama, Obi, Sum, Oriba, Ekosiisen, Asempa FM, Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie. Oriba. Ekosiisen Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Obine bado biba, obibo, obiba, ode Asempa na bo. Obine bado biba, obibo, obiba, obine bado ode Asempa na bo. Obinye, Ekosiisen ye. Bonsu our Minisempa, de Brane Mama, Obi, Sum,
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
.7 Friday afternoon. Ekosiisen live. Asempa FM Sony. Yedamunyana CSI mamunyana akwaba. Edemoba Ekosiisen jumedie eso. And just gone by a Kokofa press conference from the NPP's headquarters here in Accra, Asylum Down. The national organizer of the party address in Semtroford in Sembebrina. Atuja Efa recent happenings in our country, and he's announced say party ebe ye a massive demonstration, God willing, next week Thursday. Ninyina yen semwa ode Atuja according to him omoni nshada enye ho hawa justice delivery echo ewa ye man emu reference the Court of Appeal judgment on the Republic versus Sedinam Ationu Tamaklo. Entini nyina ye nsemo a ene yehwene ye de honsem abrem would be speaking to some stakeholders na yahwe how anioma isi ekwintima yentie won so adwenkyere 0548443523 your WhatsApp number and on 0548443523 na yane ewiase nyina nso ebeche. We are live on YouTube. Uko YouTube Asempa 94.7 FM. You search for Asempa FM, subscribe to the channel. Na or they will comment eguho yebekan ama kama na bibia etumi akoye. Inti your WhatsApp number near 0548443523. Check with your time. We've done some 11 minutes after 3 on Friday, the 31st day of July, 2026. Mayena Boafo no ase wana woboa Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, Franco Trading Enterprise, Tabia Herbal Mixer, EcoBank Ghana, Haxa Capsules and Mixer, Syntex Tank, Obapa Product, Max Buy, and a Sasso Spray. And you may queen a boy say Ekosiisen jumedie yemfa emremo. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, a toothpaste Samara Company Limited, Eddie Abejaso, a made in Ghana toothpaste, Eddie BD, and I unim di BD timi a yemawa, Eseweni, and Sao Katrinti, BD wo properties bi wo mua, a tewo saso kama, a yinka efriwenum, a yi bacteria efriwenum, a ye jumapa, it reduces what we call dental plaque. And na ema wo gum no air very healthy and strong. A preventive cavity into use toothpaste where neoma ema no a bebre Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. O pedodo to a one Samara phoning komo on 0246 864 798. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, happy smile. Franco Trading Enterprise omoye Franco Speed Shopping. Franco Speed Shopping. Na omuchiremu a de wuhia ye 6 hours. 6 hours is all it takes to save big. This isn't your everyday sale. Where your Franco Speed Shopping, a 6-hour online shopping event where selected smartphones, electronics, and home appliances go for up to 40% off. In the way, online sales, for 6 hours. In 6 hours, the upe bia ubetimiato. Within 6 hours, Nyama ubeto bia ni 40% every so. Amazing. And to see a question of me was and say, Ubenyamre etimi a shoppe before time runs out on you. Mark your calendar, 7th August, and an online shopping event we Ekoso. Website I will be francotrading.com. Get ready and shop like never before. Franco Speed Shopping, blink, and you would miss it. Into when you're more new 6 hours in your when it's so gain. We in your massa, we are yatis 40% a day amount. Fre 0302 225651 0302 225651. Now only Franco in Como. Franco Speed Shopping, the ultimate online shopping experience. Inti Fawhushem na nyanioma at very affordable prices. Amazing. I mean, it's actually the first of its kind. I mean, shared anti being penny 6 hours. Massive online shopping. Say malaria how one numunru enko me pacho me can for tabia herbal mixture amount opedro e bema bema the bonifan male vitality ma ho ejej na ho so kama tabia takum and it's made with no alcohol. The honey and a 100% organic. So upedros will be boosting immune system padia tabia zone care constipation how we met him unya de broni friend free bowels me patron nom tabia herbal capsules Fred Tabia Herbal Hospital was 0243 686861 0243 6861 and a 0245 749206 0245 749206 na pair in Royimu nyina bi na eto ebeboa pa entimon shanenso emayen Asempa FM sunie Ekosiisen dwumedie na wasuguso a utie no se the medical kan na nsem egu apono so no edoso yebejemre na you're dealing with Ninyina. We say, Obi, good afternoon. You said who addressed the press conference? Demonstration next week. Really, Papa Bain. Okay, and we Anthony Nukben, Uncle Nukbeno, Nana B, and address press conference, no, and Obi, happy birthday to Mr. Anthony Arthur, head of security, SNET Pensions House. This is from Mr. Philip Kofi Senior, on GM Operations, and Mr. Cleopas Akbelu, HR Manager, and Mr. Desmond Amwa, GM Finance. From all of them going out to you, Mr. Anthony Arthur, Head of Security, SNET Pensions House. Belated birthday to you. Mijini say, birthday was good. We wish you very, 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 very well. And let me also celebrate my junior sister, and she's achieved something great. I was a yebona baso Bengazi Masendeo Nimfoni Fatoso Emame Mame Akusia Brago Charlie why nina inti ene oko the Chartered Institute of Human Resource Management Ghana. Chartered Institute of Human Resource Management Ghana. The graduating class of 2026 in Timea Miniaba Mami Akusia Brago, a graduate as an associate member of the Institute. Amazing stuff. Congratulations to you. You've made a family proud. We love you. You've done well. Keep being you and keep doing exploits. Mame Akusua Brago. Yeah. Ti Mame Akusua na edasono. Ne ho fe papa. Congratulations to you and keep doing exploits. We love you. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM na washanen so edi amaye ha anti that's her Mame Akusua. Congratulations to you. More sharing with YouTube live no. Let me acknowledge some of you na fe share and twaso. Okay. Inti a lot of you commenting on Nana B press conference no. But we say Obi, I'm doing the listening in Dansoman together with Albert Kreku, Regional Assistant Secretary Hopeful. Nana Ekwia Mwabuatin the way aba. We say Obi, Ghana's democracy is under attack. Obi, I'm not sure you feel happy about the situation in Ghana this time. Donko James Eddie Enono. We say Obi, it's long overdue. Demo to save our democracy. Ima Koda Farms and on the way Abrey. Good day, Obi. Also, please don't mind the NPP Maxwell Mayor. Obi, I am Samuel Tre Ajiman. I'm watching you live from Marietta, Georgia, inside Atlanta. This one says, Obi, I'm Evlo Africa from Kumasi. Thank you. Where's a Copson is here in Nungwa. Richard Amwa, also known as Copson. Richard, yadase. Inti mo amoshe yini no. Yadamu nyina ase. Ma yenshena yentwaso inti Elder Samuel Anini ne maame enya ne nyame frɛ na ne 1 week observance no ebeba so. Okay, is it this weekend? 1 week na 1st August, which is this weekend. Nyame adomo a ochena na ebaso na okay. Enti ni dini ye Hega ya Kra Chnewa Bebena friend Obapa Abrewa Boga 1931 ena ye wo no 2026 ena Nyankopon ton safenti 95 years. Na ne 1 week observance na eba so Agape Evangelical Church premises and Doma Ahinkro opposite the health insurance office aya Doma Ahinkro inti Elder Samuel Anini ne maame edafo me ye yenkoja nkoja indi yenkoja no. Obi, good afternoon, listening to you live from Ayensuano. Tell my MPP people to stop defending the indefensible. Let's allow the court to do its job. Sir Prince Ayensuano, acting constituency secretary ewa Ayensuano no the way abrain. Sir Prince yadase papa Asempa FM sone Ekosiisen dwumedie no asugusu awutie no moma yentie we emraye ba yetoa dwumedie ne so. Stay with us.
Deep purple. Inti sa wo to mackerel aye weduane a na wato Africa Queen mackerel the way chawe no keke no pankwa
Ensema wudwa esi nyina emu akese a wosa wuti biara Asempa yetia na wobeteno Asempa yetia eye kasebo a ye de bro ewo Asempa FM enwe no nsia empai mu 6:30 sharp ensema wudwa esisi ye hu ye ni nyina ye de bro Asempa yetia eye straight to the point essence Asempa yetia.
It's amazing how people you've never met can ruin your mood, make your day, break your heart, or become your favorite person. One nomination, one betrayal, one kiss, one eviction, and suddenly you've picked a side. Big Brother Naija is back with a brand new season. Take the spotlight. Watch every unforgettable twist of Big Brother Naija Season 11 on DSTV Channel 198 and GoTV Channel 149 24/7 with as little as 58 Ghana cedis.
Obia what you tear pa any area. Neso adunumra eye bibia e wo Asempa FM 94.7. Bibia e jumadi fufra ye de ba Asempa FM Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Chama. Bibia will be traffic next year. You bet you be a dodgy affair. And you so. The other Ben Echo, training stories, and the Philistine. As soon as I saw Messiama, Nemo can't you be out? A book of concert, dear. Just a Bibia, Jimmy was a perfect so. Monday to Thursday, 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Hey, Bibia.
Samisoria no pa, Kel Chaco toothpaste na midi chichi missing. And mommy confidence, the morning in her.
Se wushia amana misifit gusuna mesrea. Eyo wawahu. Me the Kel Charcoal toothpaste. Ene chichi missing. Oba die nipa e wo bidi muno. Enye dia Kel Charcoal toothpaste. E boy sen ho ban e free mwawa e boy sin mu tokro. E se ahye ene numunka. Sure say amani Kel Charcoal toothpaste insuni. Yeti center for.
Media magic Kel Charcoal toothpaste at tubu. Me shina no pa na dwa me kodano. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwasro etibinama na me sin 32 ni na guso.
Enkane no ane maame num di bidie twitwiri yense no asaya bebie mu o bidie wo Kel Charcoal toothpaste mu no MSC fita emana hoden ne sayi nka bia ma wonum ye hwam enunti mu amonom coffee wine any tobacco e kamo seso no abama mo Kel Charcoal toothpaste sankofa enchi
Kel happy smile.
FDA aje edwedin krato ya tomo.
For 150 years, Fantipum has nurtured leaders of integrity, excellence, and service to God and nation. Celebrate excellence, honor legacy. The Fantipum at 150 Sesquicentennial Awards are now open for nominations to recognize the outstanding individuals and organizations whose dedication and service have helped shape Fantipum's proud 150-year legacy. Do you know an old boy, member of staff, benefactor, organization, or a friend of Fantipum who deserves this honor? Nominate them today. Visit www.awards.fantipum150.org and submit your nominations on or before Friday, 31st July 2026. Fantipum at 150. Celebrating a legacy of excellence, leadership, and service. Inspiring the future. Jin Shekan.
Do you know how money moves in Ghana and across Africa? How it really moves? It doesn't move once a month. It moves 100 times a day on EcoBank's digital platform. Airtime for That's Your Sister. Transport for Papa. 500 Cs for Saturday's funeral. 2,000 Naira for the cousin sitting jump in Abuja. Because we don't just move money, we take care of people. Money moves in every direction. Uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle, sister to brother on Monday, brother back to sister on Friday. And it moves together. The funeral contribution, the susu, the wedding levy, the hospital bill in the family WhatsApp group. In Africa, money is rarely one person's transaction. It's many people moving small amounts toward one purpose. That's how money moves here. And there's one bank built for it all.
Africa, 34 nations, one heartbeat, one screen.
EcoBank, the only bank built for the way Africans move money. 34 countries, one screen. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Africa, yeah. Africa, yeah.
Ensema hudwa esinyina emwa kesia ewasa uti biara Asempa yetia ena ubetino Asempa yetia eye kasiebwa yede bro ewo Asempa FM enwere no nsia empai mu 6:30 sharp ensema hudwa esisi ye hunye ni nyina yede bro Asempa yetia eye straight to the point essence Asempa yetia.
She said, "Yeah, to be out here." And so she knew shop.
Me report no hin.
Minya, so many Bonsu here. And so she knew botum. As I'm from business with you, be one. I mean, ideas. Ideas are never cool. The Biani are doing for Frau. And so I'm on 2 Bianim. So be a dean say, and yes, some drain when you. Yes, bills wo idea. Menye comment na manchia bio. Ye wo a free emergency loan, kosi salary loan, working capital, ni startup loan. Bills see instrokra. For Ghana card be apply and ya. Fresh 0596 920 833 and now 0302 200 390. Bills. For sika samu how nyina be danye.
Asempa FM.
Arriba! Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Bonsu our Asempa de brane mama Obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguso a wutie no ma yena mu nyina asese matwen yen amayako asan so ababio enti I mean me signed it to my name sir and Henry Nanabuache, national organizer of the NPP, at a press conference or the Nsembe Brenana Atuja will pick reactions, on that for you. Indiane NDC Director Legal, ABD and Community, a lawyer, Eduji Tamaklo, currently Osei CEO at the National Petroleum Authority. Ma Yenkoni and Kokondi Como Council, Akwabana Pom to saying.
Obi, no number mechawo, HRW for you now.
T4 so na office yaboko MP yaboko.
Donald Trump made a headache, mammy, Babende.
So, and I said, and then na the send your pricing window, and I'm
starting from Echna.
Starting from Ochna, okay. In the Ochna official announcement, Beba.
Mr. Trump boy wa down for macho kasa chain. Why? In
the Ochna no you expected ana ontimi nka ho asem sisi a.
Later
no come later on. That's fine. Okay. That's fine. I mean in the end no you person we chair as director legal for the NDC. What in Samoa cost of the NPP are not particularly happy about the decision of the Court of Appeal, but they think say we a stage managed idea and a bina sheda ye we be akoshe court na echi to free Sedinam Tamaklo. Mojene saying
yo okay Mimia Obi and no you are Michelle HRW so I think say you do and so as you is in na who say adia ya subscribe it, which is the rule of law, no, and yet the rule of men or the rule based on your wishes and aspirations. Obi, if I wishes in Kwa, it be a me wish a bit different from yours. Yes. But because near the state of nature, and you copy the friend in the rule of law, and anything and there were now, obviously, Obi to say Miniana Nabi or major election ahead of him. And now, Osei, the Brenner would all call for no, so call for vice chair.
Yes, or call for vice chair, yes.
Which means and call for no more call for that way, no, almost dorsum in the Moya de Amano. In she opinioma a bit me amana looking desirable among the delegates of the MPP. But the verdict is that who beside MPP for now, Omo be brady, Omo canon say as national organizer of the party, no. Only the party, no, in a call one of the biggest electoral defeats ever. MPP Amanyaku Asafa since 1996. And no any the mirror omode ejage no And internet said you why is when you own find home measures are said the judgment in order to remain relevant. And yes, sir, Sebi. Me and Anabi, or a lawyer need to say me. Unim. Say you will be befano as lawyer and no court. No could just say money panana at the end of the day, a cobasio, court is all. So ni panon code fiase. Or no Anabi, obey to say ni panafo. Semine judgments na yanyaji into a beco court of appeal. Na so court of appeal na nyame adom na court of appeal no kasi sebio decision of the trial judge no yenene nya he will take it and move on with his life because that is what is desirable. Sedi nam achiono tamaklo in a judgment ekotiano and so on also exercising a right. You know, we said the fundamental principle, and then he said, appeal is by way of it's a creature of statutes.
Yes.
That's
true.
It's a criminal appeal is a creature of statutes. Our statute, no hano, Emma Hokwan say, there is a criminal conviction against you, using the appropriate mode, to appeal against that decision. A decision has been rendered. A year and no. Sebio, your lawyer ni matnase. My share judgment no. I try to see say make me up punchy holes. Judges a judgment no man and I'm struggling. Look, from pages 1, echo do pages 94, which me who say the justices of the Court of Appeal. Oma lay the law bare. Ma ubibia. Now, step by step, Oma provided an outcome. Oma provided the factual matrices. And in here, almost say, as far as we are concerned, the judgment of the trial court must not stand. It is within the rights of Minian and Nabi, or pray for first vice or vice to criticize the judgment. That is what democracy is about. But in criticizing the judgment, the issue will be say, what is the merit basis of that criticism? Is there a criticism destitute of merit? Is it a criticism founded on hallucination? Is it a criticism founded on conjecture and speculation? If it is one founded on hallucination, then with respect, that is not how we organize a society. Now, Sebio, my kind there on the Facebook page, my tear snappers of way. I don't see the legal basis of my criticism. And I don't see how he tries to draw the government of President Mahama into this judgment. I'm struggling. Look, Obi, the Attorney General representing the Republic, fiercely fought this appeal. Unfortunately, the Attorney General's submission did not make way. The submissions filed by the Attorney General's office started first by saying, said he didn't even have the right to appeal. I don't know if you look at that portion of the judgment.
So, Omoma reason because
Asempa maker. So okay. That's where I'm coming.
Okay.
They started by saying, having left the jurisdiction with the permission of the High Court,
yes,
and having failed to attend upon the court, she's denied the opportunity to appeal. Where from that novel legal proposition?
No, but the Court of Appeal corrected that. Say the right to appeal.
That is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Does it look like somebody that did not fight this appeal? This is somebody who been started by saying the person didn't even have the right to appeal in the first place. Simply because, according to them, she's a fugitive from the law. Not only that, they fought every point of law raised by the appellant in this matter. But the justices of the Court of Appeal, they have been trained with the necessary skill set. Sebio ahami way menye judge da. What does he?
Yes.
Men person men kasi menye bin so da. Aha. Minya na nabi. Ebi awatna public tribunal no bi da. Ana obi.
No, not that I know of.
Ebi anso anu atna himfie so edi asem wo ho no so da.
Maybe.
Between me no. Step your skills are the judgment, no. Me ye be that. Me throughout my life, me ye prosecutor and so that. Criminal defense in my Obi, in my about 13 years of law practice here, my cases, my clients, they have been acquitted on submission of no case. My opening my defense, my clients are called imprisonment, among others.
Yes.
But overall, I have come to will be outcomes. Sometimes the court may feel very upset. My baby, I'm not pay issue no man na calling me pressure na kakra. It also baby court about very excited. But Osei on a disclaimer. There's no basis. I don't even know why he brought the government into this conversation.
Okay, let me provide the specifics, no Rezi, and then you can respond.
Please.
Number one, and it's there is this poster now making rounds attributed to the former Attorney General Godfred Dame, and the deputy Triayabua Edi Nkomo. Sure. He's now back to private practice.
Oh, as I mean, one of these days, now besides opposition to saying.
The two of them raised the point, say, it is being claimed, say, Sedinam Tamaklo, filing the appeal, no, within 30 days after the judgment was delivered in April 2024. Godfred Dame's post, no, any Triayabu Amunyana said, that was never brought to the attention. They stayed in office for 8 months and some move free office. At no point did they even know, say, an appeal has been filed. In fact, he goes on to argue, say, even the prosecutors, no, call before the Court of Appeal, no, they raised the point, say, the appeal had not come to their notice. And the issue of when the appeal was filed, no, and that's why the NPP is claiming, so I just say, said the number and say, I'm an appeal, no,
Obi. Usually, I'm mindful of what I say. For a former Attorney General and his deputy to say they are not aware of this appeal demonstrates a regrettable lack of seriousness with which they dealt with their work.
I didn't hear.
So what did the Court of Appeal evaluate? If you read the judgment, you didn't see they talk about grounds of appeal.
Yeah, they did. 9 grounds of appeal.
So those grounds, they formulated it from the sky. They conjure it like with respect or conformity.
No, they say the appeal was filed recently, not in 2024.
No, please. There are two different things. Submissions are different from the notice of appeal. Okay?
Yes.
Submissions are different from the notice of appeal. A court can order for written submissions to be filed so and so date.
Yes.
That's different from the one that
appeal,
what invokes the jurisdiction of the court is the notice of appeal.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That's true.
That is distinct from when an order is made for the filing of written addresses. At this scene, he said there was no notice of appeal.
But is it not curious to you, Eduji, say notice of appeal was filed in 2024? No.
It was filed where?
2024, the notice of appeal in 2024. No.
The basis of that curiosity is what?
No, maybe some people say question. No, the notice of appeal was filed in 2024, but action on that appeal no is taken in 2020. Not to say for the 2 years intervening 2-year period. No, the appellant took no action.
Osei, the lawyer who prosecuted the case is not the same lawyer who prosecuted this appeal. Yes, sir.
Yeah, 2 different lawyers, sure.
Between the intervening period, anything could have happened. 2, was the appeal statute barred?
No.
So what exactly is the point? It's a different thing if the appeal is statute barred. But even for criminal appeal, because it involves the liberty of an individual, at any time you can even seek leave. So what exactly is the point? With criminal appeal, because it involves the liberty, the rules are not strictly enforced like civil appeal. Or make me say, within 90 days, within this number of days, the appeal is closed. And you know, sometimes because appeal is a creature of statute, the statute itself will provide a time within which you can file the appeal, particularly in most civil matters.
Yes.
But criminal matters, because it involves the liberty of an individual, you can actually put in an application for leave to do that. So what exactly is the point? In their practice, in their years of practice, is it their case that they've not even seen an appeal or notice of appeal that was filed, subsequently leave being granted the accused persons?
Yeah, that is normal in practice. But
I remember when we did the NCA matter, our notice of appeal, we had to go back to the Court of Appeal for leave also to even file the notice of appeal. The rules allows it.
Yes. Yes.
So what exactly is the concern?
But would you blame Obinsua or Becca say, okay, notice of appeal was filed in 2024 at the time, now MPP for the war Akunya so. No action was taken. 2026, lawyers for the appellant seeks leave of the court to file or more written submissions in February 2026. When appellant and party Abba Abemu, you will not blame Obia Obe put 1 and 2 together and say, would you blame that person?
It's because Sebio. Legal knowledge.
Okay, the best so lawyer Eduji Tamaklo bio na fe yatoa so edi enkomo Ekosiisen so high Asempa 94.7 FM o adwenchira me lawyer Eduji Tamaklo na edi enkomo 0548443523 your WhatsApp number and no betim the messages no afa so abreye na inti lawyer Eduji Tamaklo na wanugu asem so na wo ka se ebia na nipa
na make canon say mostly that will be dependent on the extent of the person's legal knowledge.
Okay.
Because once the rules permit the person and the notice of appeal was not filed out of time. And you see, incidentally, the state attorney who prosecuted this person has been a state attorney who has worked with the Attorney General, worked with Godfrey Dami, work with anybody. If the notice of appeal was improper, a person who could come to court and say an accused person, non-convict, has lost his right of appeal by reason of a certain fact, if the appeal was irregular, that would have been the first point that would have been raised. The appeal was adequately argued.
Yes.
Point by point. So what exactly is the issue?
Okay.
Respectfully.
Lawyer, may move to another issue or more raising, which is one of the grounds of appeal. Say the charge sheet was defective. In fact, when you read the judgment of the Court of Appeal, you would see say the court dwelled a bit more on defective charge sheet, to the extent some of the charges on the charge sheet court ni who say defective omoka say they are striking it out. The ones are any defective no omoka state and me improve beyond reasonable doubt. Enra your colleague Triayabua raised the point and refer me to the Court Act section 31(2) of the act. Say the court shall dismiss the appeal if it considers that no substantial miscarriage of justice has actually occurred, or that the point raised in the appeal consists of a technical or procedural error or a defect in the charge or indictment, but that there is evidence to support the offense alleged in the statement of offense, in the charge or indictment or any other offense of which the accused could have been convicted upon that charge or indictment. His argument is the defective charge. The court couldn't have, based on that, say we acquit and the charge. He argues, why didn't that come up even at trial? Say charges may be a defective.
When we say in criminal trial, you should read the decision, the validatory judgment of my Lord Justice Pega, the case of Kojo II and the Republic, in which Justice Pega says that when a charge sheet is defective, you cannot cure that defect by leading evidence, into which means using evidence to cure that defect. 2, Osei, the Republic versus N.S. Thompson and others.
Yes.
The Supreme Court had the occasion. You see, the problem that, with the greatest of respect to Malene Senior, Triayabua is making is that these arguments were canvassed in the Republic versus N.S. Thompson and others.
N.S. Thompson, yes.
The Constitution in Article 19, provides what must go into a criminal charge sheet. And
yes.
It is not statutory, it's constitutional. And so the charge sheet is run against a constitutional benchmark. He's still talking about statutes.
And the line seems so high dream power, assembly credit. Anyways, into my young see a benya lawyer Eduji Tamaklo, ye network name see up and the papa into ye benya no nafe yeneno every a lot of issues emanating from this particular judgment of the Court of Appeal. Ekosiisen so the higher Asempa FM. But you may also have seen this video trendy on social media. As a member of Parliament for constituency, member of the constituency, natural Monafe. Lawyer. Yes.
Okay, into the not make any say. You see, Osha, the Supreme Court, starting from the conversation by my Lord Justice Pega and Kojo II and the Republic and S. Thompson and the Republic, had provided a clear rule that it is the Constitution itself that imposes an obligation on the prosecutor in formulating the charges to look at what should be in those charges. Like I told you, I've never been a prosecutor before. But as a lawyer, I hold my Constitution 1992. I hold my Article 19 Fair Trial Rules. And I look at the things that are required in the charge sheet.
Yes.
You cannot say that because the defectiveness, in any case, at the trial court, those matters came up. Have you looked at the records of appeal?
Indeed, the issue of defect with the charge sheet was litigated at the trial court.
It is in the records. So is it your contention that it is the first time it is being argued? Is that your contention?
No, that is what my interview with Tria Yeboah brought up. Anytime I
Oh, my senior Tria Yeboah. Tria, calm down. Me also no crowd were looking at the records of appeal.
Oh, but he worked on the case.
Please. I beg you. With what I'm hearing today, I beg you. Look, we are professionals. We are professionals. And we should handle this thing in a very professional manner.
Yeah, but Edoje, on the defective charge sheet, for example, let's even grant what the Court of Appeal said. When it so happens,
go ahead.
When it so happens, some of the charges are defective. What was the holding in the Ernest Thompson case? Is it that the entire charge sheet is thrown out, or the court can take out the defective charges and deal with the other ones who free say any defective? In this case, could the Court of Appeal have said, because we identify some defect in the charge sheet, maybe go back, trial de novo, go and do everything, start everything afresh, new charge sheet, any BBR?
Remember that this is happening on an appeal.
Yes.
And if you look at the second decision now, the Gans validatory judgment now, or see this kind of defect goes to the root of the matter.
Good.
And so this is not one that you can cure by saying, go back and start all over. No. Not at all. You see, criminal trial is not try and error. The liberty of the individual is at stake. Because in Ernest Thompson, the objections were taken at the very early stage of the trial. It was enough for the AG to go and formulate new charges.
Yeah, like even the recent Hanan case now.
Exactly. Yeah. That's a different matter. So imagine that with respect, and I've heard the former Attorney General say that even with the Hanan matter, he wants to appeal it to the Court of Appeal.
Yeah, he said that.
If the Court of Appeal takes the view, by which time this trial judge had completed the trial, what do you think should happen to the judge? And if there's a conviction founded on it, what do you think should happen to the conviction?
Yeah.
Would it not be set aside?
It would. But my substantive question was, on that same charge sheet, if it is found, some charges are defective, as you rightfully argued, it goes to the root of the matter. Don't you then throw out the entire case? Do you then say okay,
no,
for some of the charges,
you see, the charge sheet contains counts.
Yes.
So count B will be defective, but count A will be proper.
Okay.
So you can continue with
the proper
B,
ones,
which is proper.
Okay.
And so if you look at the Hanan one, for instance, some of the counts were to be amended.
Yes.
Others were upheld. Why was the entire charge sheet not thrown away? By your reasoning.
Yeah.
So if it is a charge sheet that contains only one count, in a BB say ACR, then you throw the entire charge sheet away. But this one is about 70-something counts.
Yes, 78.
Exactly. So if out of 78, 5 are defective, you can't throw the entire thing away. You strike out. So those things, you do striking out. You strike out the defective counts. Mm-hmm. That's what you do. And continue with those that are valid.
Yeah.
And in this case, there were others that the judge dealt with the merit in respect of those counts.
Sure.
There were others that the justices of the Court of Appeal dismissed or strike out as being defective.
Yeah.
So what exactly is the problem?
Okay.
Look, and you see, Obi, hold on.
Yes.
If you look, particularly on the charges of causing financial loss to the state, the Constitution says in Article 19 that the person should be offered the opportunity to prepare adequate information to prepare his defense, correct?
Yes.
So therefore, when you say that you, said the NAM, within the jurisdiction of this court, ABCD have caused financial loss to the state, what act of omission are you talking about? Yeah. Without knowing the act of omission, with the greatest of respect, Obi, how is he supposed to provide a defense?
To provide a defense, that's true. No, and I think the Ernest Thompson case settles that.
But what exactly is the conversation with respect?
I read Court Act, that's Section 31. Nanabi referenced Act 30, Section 406.
You see, Obi, make us a quick one.
Yes.
Mekai Emrana me we NCA matter no. Ena me kokota na I was before my Lord as a chebafo. Into me kokota me name me colleague Randolph Chubesi.
Yeah, Randolph.
Yeah. Senior Tadios. Emrana me matter no. Ye kokota right in the courtroom. Obi na yako prosecution witness, first prosecution witness, near the document I send a board minutes.
Yes.
Right there and then, no man can say, young Koshe, and beside a client, whether we should object to the tendering of that document through prosecution witness. So it was right there and then, I called beside my client, whether this thing should be done. Mekai say, application for disclosure. The Attorney General at that time, Yamami Gloria Kufu. In fact, led by my own lecturer, Evelyn Kilson.
Yes.
Eba court, Eba can say, as far as they are concerned, there are two modes of criminal trial, indictment or summary. And that by Act 30, when it's trial by a summary trial, there is no disclosure. That is what they told the court and relied on Act 30 strongly. I urge on my Lord Jebafo, say my Lord, with the greatest of respect, Act 30 is the 1960 legislation. The 1992 Constitution has elevated fair trial to constitutional pedestal. These people are still talking about 1960 legislation. Thankfully, Obi, thankfully, and I'm forever indebted to my Lord Justice Bafo. He examined the application that I brought and said, no, I find merit, and referred the matter to Supreme Court. That became the judgment of the Supreme Court in UJ Bafo Bonnet.
Yeah.
We could have taken.
Okay. So you did that case?
I did that matter. It was one Sunday, and I'm afraid. Randolph, the way this thing is going to be a problem. So I filed the application for Alaji Osman and TV.
Yeah.
And y'all filed it for Infralog and George something, the fifth accused. Into Ushaya. It was when I moved the application. I still remember Richie Jembibi deposed to the affidavit. And then Madame Gloria Kufu was in court, Evelyn Kilson was the one who opposed the application. That eventually formed the basis for that referral to the Supreme Court, which became the decision. And can you imagine that the Attorney General at that time came and said, by granting the opportunity for disclosures, it was going to create inconvenience in criminal administration. But my Lord Justice Chebafo wouldn't have it. Eventually, he made a referral to the Supreme Court, which culminated in the decision that today allows for disclosure in all criminal matters.
And
subsequently
based on which,
the basis of the
practice direction.
The practice direction. Mami Sofa Akufu provided At that time, it was opposed. 1960, I am saying that the Supreme Court, as recent as the Republic versus Ernest Thompson, had dealt with that matter. So the Court of Appeal, as constituted, could never have been in error.
Okay. Me Pacho Edoji, finally, may I share this issue that has been renewed in common on Inti. Now, the court struck out the defective charges and then dealt with the ones now any defective, no, and concluded, say, for all of them, no, the prosecution couldn't prove their case beyond reasonable doubt. In fact, in the conclusion of the court, they stressed so much on that standard of proof. But I will share the issue of the Obatampa refund, DNA. The prosecution's case was that Obatampa returned 500,000 Ghana cedis in cash directly to Sedinam, and that she acknowledged receiving it in a letter. The court found serious evidential problems, and we may kind from Professor Kwekua's summary now, from the 94-page ruling. Or say, the court found serious evidential problems. The original acknowledgement letter was not produced. The document tendered was a copy obtained from Obatampa. No corresponding Maslow copy was produced, even though the reference number on the letter suggested that Maslow should have retained one. The Maslow officials who testified had not seen an original Maslow copy against which the document could be compared. The chairman of Obatampa also claimed that he had exchanged WhatsApp messages with Sedinam concerning the refund. Those messages were not produced. Moreover, after the alleged cash refund, Sedinam continued signing letters demanding interest from Obatampa on the 500,000 investment. The court considered that conduct difficult to reconcile with the claim that she had already received the money in cash. The court held that the prosecution had not proved beyond reasonable doubt that Sedinam received the 500,000 Ghana cedis. Without proof of receipt, dishonest appropriation could not be established. The conviction and sentence relating to that money were therefore set aside. My question would be, sir, specific to this particular charge, was there no room for circumstantial evidence to be used, Ewaha?
Thanks for this invitation. You see, Obi, the Republic versus Tagore, Abnameni alias Tagore, the Court of Appeal judgment now. My Lord Justice Yao Apao, Eka Bibi Ohonum, Osei, when the judge comes to the point where there is a soliloquy, guilt or innocence, resolve that uncertainty in favor of the accused person. Cheniyo, or say judge get to the point where there is a soliloquy.
Yes.
Or kasa woni team.
Yes.
Na eya say onipani ye guilty. Eya say oye innocent. Na ba sebi o any deal maybe so. Ukoje bosia wo banga. Yetuama manager.
Usi Yetuama manager.
Bank manager.
Dabio. Hello? Hello?
Sir. Me rocket issue say what Bosnia so betua. Na say idea wo dis kana komo obi ewo sebio filling station a say one wa ko dis kana fi nipa no.
Yes.
Na so obebo ni bia so ase no wa bo ni bia. Ana
yeah, I get you.
You don't take any of these initiatives. And then you are inviting the court into the realms of what you call circumstantial. What circumstance?
And the circumstance will be, sir.
In fact, the circumstance undermines the case of the prosecution. Regular banking transaction. When you are repaying a loan, do you cash it and go and give to the bank manager in a hotel or a filling station? Is that the proper way of doing business? You pay through the appropriate channel. This cock and bull story.
But in this case, no, Eduji, if the manager no argue say he gave the money personally to Sedinam, the court says there was no concrete evidence to that effect. But however, the court agrees, sir, there were correspondence to the effect, sir, Sedinam was demanding interest on that amount. Would that not change the dynamics, Kakra? Because if, why was he demanding interest?
Okay, judgment now.
Yes.
You want to take the case from the realms of speculation and conjecture. Hey, I see an is here. What is proved? The person has denied. And you see, if you read the judgment of the Court of Appeal, you see a deliberate attempt to shift the burden onto Sedi. And you see, it's a similar thing that happened in the Atoforsen matter, where the burden was shifted on to Ato to come and prove authorization. First of all, our criminal justice system is founded on the principle that the prosecution bears the burden throughout the trial.
Throughout the trial, yes.
Throughout the trial. There's no point in time where the prosecution's burden is relaxed. Look, there's a recent decision by the Court of Appeal, and that decision was written by Osei Justice Yao Opon Nana. I encourage you to read it.
Okay.
Godwin Asiedu versus the Republic versus Godwin Asiedu and others. It's a narcotics case. If you read it with unbiased mind, you may think these guys, in fact, the trial judge actually convicted them for unlawful, dealing with narcotics. When the matter got to the Court of Appeal, the dexterity, the precision with which my Lord Justice Yao Opon distilled fear, conjecture, speculation from what is evidence. I mean, it's remarkable. And he did it in a very, the level of scholarship. For me, that is where I think we should elevate our criminal justice to.
But
so that you see, prosecutors will not be lazy. Prosecutors will not do shoddy works with a view that they will be aided or assisted in any form.
That's true.
The judge is supposed to be a neutral umpire.
And you are saying, sir, Eduji, Sedi denied having received the 500,000 Ghana cedis. There was evidence in court, sir. However, Sedi continued signing letters demanding interest from Obatampa on the 500,000 investment. that still doesn't tell or prove she received the 500,000. That's your point, right? As the
in
court
fact,
held.
if you even look beyond what you just said, beyond the denial, once the person denied authorship of the letter on record, because there was a particular letter that she denied the authorship.
Not say she's not sure about the signature. It looks like her signature, but she's not sure.
So what do? You bring similar document that she possibly would have signed.
Yes.
You do authentication of all those matters, the signatures, among other things. You see, when they say, that is why it is called proof beyond reasonable doubt.
Yes.
That responsibility is not a civil trial.
This is
a civil trial.
This is
on
proof
the preponderance of
probability, but this is proof beyond reasonable doubt.
I've heard beyond reasonable doubt, Minia.
I've heard lawyer Kwesi Boche ask the questions. When you take this scenario or Batampa scenario, no, compare it to the Wuntumi scenario on authorization, on I told him to go do reclamation, and also said that mining and all of that. How would you juxtapose this situation and the high standard of proof beyond reasonable doubt against what happened in the Wuntumi case? And so,
because you have invited me, let me share an opinion. In the course of the trial, was a man called Henry Okum.
Henry Okum, yes.
Who is Henry Okum?
Henry Okum is a small-scale miner.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who brought him onto the concession?
Wuntumi.
To do what?
According to Wuntumi, to come and do reclamation.
Henry Okum or provided mining support service?
No, the records don't show that.
Is he a registered mining support service provider?
No.
The letter that Akunta Mining wrote, signed by Chairman Wuntumi himself, to the Western Regional Security
Council, yes.
Was it denied?
No.
Hey, Obi Muma entry your bull.
Adey.
To draw inferences. Hello?
Yeah, me patrol meet you.
The American is in our haste to draw inferences, draw comparisons, I think we should be mindful. Maybe because the senior Tachi filed notice of appeal in it. And I say this won't to me matter, no. I won't comment on it. What do I say? It's an appeal. Written on the letterheads of
Oh, too bad. Let's we may have to end the interview. But yeah, lawyer Edwige Tamaklo ase, for his time on our show and area. Yabashana yatwa, so there are some more interviews to do in Temode Ebechayen near Timia. So 16 minutes after 4. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Yena munyina asemu amuguso amutie yen monso amode messages eba na nyame enhiramo 0548443523. Happy 91st birthday Mama Kujo. May God continue to bless you with good health, peace and many more years in happiness. With all our love, your son Mr. Muhammad Ni Eshirifi Kujo and daughter-in-law Hajia Sadia Ali. In the Mama Kujo, you are 91 years today. Happy birthday to you. Do have a fantastic birthday. Intina, me kabibi edefa video ba konso akọ viral ene. Eye MPA owo ahafuano Southeast. Yes. Ahafuano Southeast. Na sa video ne ho nsem no Afuano South East Shore. In Honorable Yakubu Muhammad, a video biana and Kwalabiaba Parliament, eba be excursion or Parliament, na Ninsembi or Nenkwalane Kasano or Kayano, and in Sembibre. But there is already a petition to the Speaker of Parliament from Akosia Menu, or special advisor on gender. Edema Dr. Mahamudu Baumia and we'll be speaking to Akosia na MP so the apology aba na yakai na apology nso edi amamba. Before that no mamene member of parliament for Menchia South in Komono so ye private legal practitioner yene no enkasa councillor kwa bana pom to saying Nyame adom ye ho ye papa. I mean in your years of practice no, have you come across a situation where Court of Appeal is seized with a matter na based on the defectiveness in charges no court no abo asem atuegu akwetia discharge accused person where she bibi say that
me paucho I mean can you see said Court of Appeal no say odi asem what is a high court
yes
except high court on ntani nyina ba ho me to mano ya no ba e but Court of Appeal a record for the age so it no review records but to say charge defective until wa kwete discharge ni panede me pacho eno de ya na intwe because ekasi akwete discharge you be not just asem ye tie no on merit so what I say ye tie asem no on merit ni ehu se udi for udi bem it is hardly a ko umusu but so say charge sheet ni defective into akwete discharge you be let us say asem no se bi o charge sheet no fundamentally no it is the asem no kra ye ni so what I say it is asem no kra ye ni it is hardly a ko wo ho e kire no se charge sheet no si ye ni am pa ye ni ya eno no ye to be the for aside abo
yes
ne ya se bi o charge sheet defective di wa kwete understand ni pa no so na
into with this decision, meaning say on this same matter we no enya dia Attorney General be abetimi the same way asen akoko to be you.
No pepe. Now nothing so.
Yeah, but is it not also because lawyer said okay, I mean to you. Yes. Lawyer, me pacho minim baby awo ba wa homa no mwa yen kra. Yes, in the kasana me here me pacho.
Me say, you me aro men this form, so be yes so nyite. We probably do the because here.
No, me pacho me yen sign frɛ obi o ani die mu atwum mon sign frɛ lawyer nana AJ Bafo ewu abi o ne yen hwɛ se benya a better connection to him and afi yetumi ene no edi enkomo Ekosiisen so high Asempa 94.7 FM ma yentie dia wonso wo ede my way say obi why is the NDC so desperate in defending this appeal that said and I'm free? What's their interest? Why are her lawyers mute on this? And it's become the business of the NDC. Sampain wants to know. In the Sampain, the message way about a former mayor, Ewo Kumasi. Yes, into Mamine lawyer and Twaso. Council, yes, Mamine shall say yes. Yeah, I think it's better now, sure.
Okay. The American say, you know, NDC for. Sombe yuna omunyenyu ombe yeshia omunyeshe butubuju enye hwe minia eduji tamaklo oye minia mremu eminu yakuma na usha metine kasa woka eduji on a director of legal for the NDC just NDC kuba time no omumre nimfo kwankyerefo enemidua eduji tamaklo eduji ne panyin ene attorney general so atiase enna attorney general say judgment ne free court of appeal ba ye no ode omunya adwen enti otu na mo akose sa judgment no ye besesa no so atiase otu na mo si e be akose sa no ena midua no so nsem keka bia all kan kire say judgment ne free court of appeal ba ye no eye utie ne kasemu a
yeah also why ya so betima punchy holes but when your holes be am punchy
good enti no say no or part say sebi adwuma no say no nimchi attorney general ana
o say ono so ye lawyer ni obetima
o ye lawyer ni but the part say enti na me catch say NDC for be yuna omunye yunu omeye hia omunye se we are director of legal for the National Democratic Congress. Attorney General your boss in private practice and also in government. Onu na ye aban sebe emremu futufuo. So te ase. Onu na jira wo ma aban no oka Asempa mrango. He is speaking the legal position, he states the legal position of the government. It is so on that Obabunti Bekase judgment no on court of appeal that is the position of the government. What I say, the position of the government is on the court of appeal the party for also legal directors also say on the court of appeal me pacho kusi kodem koda so ti be ka kire mo say ade na omo ye no eye krokro de jon eye ade a omo hye da hye hwe obi o me ka se ncho me no mu ni lawyer for ye ready court judgment obi Jesus sabi mra no unim so unim mra na judgment bi enu o ntimi nchiro ma na nyede emra so unim pa judgment bi enu a ntimi nchiro ma judgment no emunya de pa kan kwete me judgment we ready a obo say yes said in antamaklo na note our chiro so acknowledge receipt and he is supposed to be in an official capacity near court to evidence act near the authenticity of a very say official documents. Judgment be out for so children we are there. Open authority actually I'm the more dead. You make atmosphere. Judgment be out so person sunny. We have been for now person sunny judgment. I have to tell the service. Sipo ya chire pa pampia wo pesa wo sane so abetumi so ayede asane ya beka ultima se na obi a judge so na se case so beda wanim na se case no so wo pesa wo ko benkum pesa wo ko difa equally wo benya authorities a wo de ko benkum wo de ko difa wo te ase enunti na emramu no emra bi na Lord Denin the decisions there might be one minority position. Later on, it became the majority position, and
that's
it became the dominant position, and
that's true.
Sana mratie, and we think I will call to them. We will say lawyer for me argue. We argue as well about three goals. We the end the power. We so argue we know about three goals. End the power. Say they make atmosphere, and say. Attorney General only omdamu kwankyerefo wo se ade no onene nya adwen ti Attorney General woni ndadwuma enya Attorney General anya mre bi o criticize former Attorney General na dwuma bi a odi se onene nya adwen etu fo se Attorney General no de okohu wo court ho no sabi se ono nya de high court case na na meboa No, they high court case, no. And send you maybe a chamu, or to me, Kukudro car say, or Mr. Godfrey, the Abu Adame, and Yarjani, and Mubino. Ofo says, next one in Yarjana, Udrinka. Udrinka. I don't know Yakudrinka. I don't know Yakudrinka. Obi, yes, Ramo. I deal with you who ya can. You who say Boba. You who say Boba. But me cash in show. And the minimum or say a friend say, Cass dear, a friend say, Mamma, Echo Craba, and no me at dear. Kenufuriata and Bitiaka. Obi Mitia 7 3. Obi. Sabi, Minister for Finance, Etiaka. Next, I shall call for financial loss to the state.
Yes, sir. The court said on that issue, sir, the actual payment not happened in between 2017, 18, and 19, and that the Maslog boss I will take it over from Sedinam renegotiated. And or payments, no, and the Sednam herself didn't make any such commitment, for which reason it was said or no ye chenaso.
Bobby.
Yes.
Say commitment, payment are they the same?
No, commitment and payment are not the same.
Good. Commitment, no, a agreement I was any year. So what committee to an agreement. Payment, is also different. And so you have to look at the elements of the offense and see whether or not these satisfy them. But it doesn't mean said in Tamaplu, be our anya boni. To say a batuna, total scar or koji. Shall be a court to know the idea of fire. Court to not consider just the friend is saying the supposed letter or note acknowledging receipt without considering even the testimony of the representative of Obatampa Microfinance. What you are saying?
Yes.
You cannot isolate those two evidence. You need to consider the two together. That is the first point. The second point is that Attorney General what tender into evidence, documentar, or say what and I was signing here. Nipa biswa ba be dia dance here say when I was signing here. They make a batch what must say. At that point, the burden of proof has shifted to you. What I say, Attorney General, or the Nipa ba be dia dance here. Nipa na of friend on a Obatampa Microfinance for Omane Musini. Oba yen wabidia dance yes, a members, Yamasa Binan Tamaklu, Sika 500,000 cities. So 500,000 cities, yet the command on my enkata is here dance here. Krata no any a hono bed no accepted to you. Obi into one they say would be a dance here, Chereses, Canania, they ama or another signature, a new signature. It is not enough to say, wait, and you have a signature. You see, Obi, we need to distinguish between negative assertions that don't require proof and negative assertions that require proof.
Yes.
In this instance, Obi Ababedia dance yes, me ma Obi Sika. Me ma Obi Sika or Chosukre. So, now, court to saying any official supposed to be an official document, and so and it failed to satisfy the requirements of an official document. To Natota, some of the character is here, but to Natota, no, official document in a day.
Yeah, court ne say Maslock end, Maslock witness a free Maslock by, couldn't present a corresponding letter from Maslock. Just about Tampa phone and a day letter, no, a buy.
Aha, no, we see. About Tampa phone in the state. Sikana Sedina de Mayeno. Ye returning Sikano to Sedina. Ye returning Sikano to Sedina no. Krata what the Maye near the dance here say. Ye the Sikana returning man. Let a 3 months law codie. A boom saying.
So was a Maslow phones when you be on record.
Me pacho. Maslow benya be on record. Sedina no. No or GB free papa no what the koto record so.
Yes.
So I need be on koto record so. Better na maslow for any record. Nipano sabi sikano waji sikano sedibotum. Na better what the other CD ako. I say what I tell police ni say waji bribe or receipt. I said, what can't tell police? We say, why you bribe our man receipt? I said, some court of appeal, we shall try. What police here, why you bribe our man receipt? What to bottom me and said, what to bottom me? Said, one more crata. Nipana Kojisikano. Oba Tampa for the say, psychiatric, let's say, the Sikana Mao. And one psychiatric, let's say, the Sikana Mao. And over Tampa for the Kata number. Also, here be from Maslow. Better when you be from Maslow. And then I just want the Sikane Kotua. Obama Kata Sikano on the buy. Obi. Or yeah, not just what the Sikane Kotua. Obama Kata Sikano on the buy. Now, so this, Okoma Kata that was just the Sikane buyer. And you still, another day. Oh, and she said, Minia Kuma, Digitamaklu, Becca say, and I said, when was Shaz or Benahu, who do one person because a idea 77 or more.
But how about the main issue, court no agena so based on which Omode strike out a lot of the charges say a defective. This argument they say on the authority of the Ernest Thompson case, no, that defect goes to the root of the issue. In the Abanisana, everything built on it, no, should not stand.
You can't say charge sheet. Charge sheet, no, you have mount the charges and yeah, more brief facts.
Yes.
Yeah, more brief facts. Brief facts, no. I was saying, I would take charge and I say, the people are the do a bomb. And so what you say, the patcho who read the on Tiasia. Who read brief facts and I won't be the do a bomb on Tiasia.
But we also say that lawyer Unim said, and a Thompson case, the Supreme Court was clear, said. Stricto sensu no osha charge sheet kra sa brief fact na yeah police for the count charge sheet na chi no it is not really to be part of a charge sheet and that se ofa count na the statement of offense the particulars of offense no should let you understand Bibia. You don't need to go and read brief fact and I think that was the holding of the Supreme Court in the Ernest Thompson case.
So what? So what TSS are? And you said yet, not court of appeal, care make seven or Munyaji, also TSS over Muyaji. Minia, I dear a and our Bemu. And now to Ghana for they are trying so hard. Say, or Mobile I to say court, they jai mameno. I say, what you know, TSS. Sabi who Mr. Adamini Kumano. Me pa so fra oba management nancy which was a party me we see aname boa. Ade twisi. Obi entumi.
Sir, say trial court take a decision na court of appeal overturn.
It's I but person be trouble say. Omuntumi po anwe wu ye ni. Ye hu ye kan because new information in na. Obi, the time wa omote appeal no kra ko ye. The time omote appeal no ko ye. The time omote extension of time to file their written submission. Sabreno, Nani pana ya appeal no man no na oni kuro the court shouldn't have even entertained it.
Sir, the notice of appeal, no? According to the Court of Appeal, the notice of appeal was filed in 2024 within time.
You must insist that. You must insist. You must insist. Obi. Yes, I say, but I'm going to move. He said, "To Obi question, never Johnny." You did what?
Oh. Lawyer, me name baby, I work with Jina for baby. Nuntia, and is a Ujina Maya. Hello.
Network.
Hello. Okay. Enti ma yenshena yemfa we no ensi Ekosiisen high Asempa 94.7 FM. Yentie we emra ye ba diakano ye de toamo so will take you to Parliament na fi ahwede ekoso ho efa Ahafo South East member of Parliament and a petitioner akwako PA Speaker of Parliament enim ye bedi ni nyina ho come after this short break. Stay with us.
A new name is joining the Joy News Habitat Fair family.
The National Pensions Regulatory Authority, NPRA, is the regulatory body of the pensions industry in Ghana, ensuring the compliance of the three-tier pension scheme, being the mandatory basic national social security scheme, first tier, managed by SNET, a mandatory fully funded and privately managed occupational pension scheme, second tier, and a voluntary fully funded and privately managed provident fund and personal pension scheme. Employer enforcement has been beefed up, and therefore we are entreating all employers to enroll their workers onto the first and second tier mandatory schemes and pay their contributions. Failure to do so will result in prosecution. NPRA, ensuring retirement income security.
Eya onwanwa sami sika sem apeja merebe kire wo kwan no kwame kotodwe adaroma o kire me app bi a ababe piemu e wo Play Store and afi App Store ye frɛ no it's social ya yesa app yi e de beboa adwadifo nyina so we content creator de obeye ni ana wo followers bebrebe he we ni followers kra wo so ka ho bi de obeye ni se wo app ni mu a wo be create your account na wo ko profile na afi wa bie wo shop no e wo ho niema wo ton no na wo hyase de agugugu ho wo followers no be hyase hu niema wo ton no enti wo be fa wo number no na ma ba tutobi na abua wo ama wonya sika nti se wo ya carpenter ni wo ya contractor wo ya boutique obia etimi ko koton na ade it's social e ya fashion okoya wo ya fasua ye de nya sika e wo app yi so no e ma remfi so be download e wo Play Store ana App Store.
1xBet, they are grown up Call 1x Games, now girls who call a crash, burning hot, crystal, and our Western slots. Use the GH1 Games promo code, then your 300% bonus, and copy 5,500 Ghana cedis. 1x Games, a good year who do Asha Homa, baby biara. Gambling when you're true, inti chano washe yemu, and yema wana won't dimfie do watch. Gaming Commission of Ghana, Ajin Kratu Yatum.
Say a quantum musem, ye can do him, na one could be na yell satism, and Oma Bebre, na Ghana edition, nemu won performance, the Otia when you beji, and it your rubber who.
Yes, slow at all a year 20 inches. 3 days yet to be where a grow, where a
NNT Tiabruchenkomo, Aqua Mankwa, Akuntaju, Eddie Bro Asempa 94.7 FM so.
It remember that I say you are no woman on it. You almost kakra. You almost wunu. Yes, we are here. You need Nasia. Near Kabum.
Memory debia a bonusia, a pemusea, a question of what you change your home, or abruche, said the Akuhu, any diabedrufie, the Ehu, near her, the ye, near the Abba, the Enyano, and you can say, ye.
Zena say abruching come on a dim tintimpa.
Yabera no man who do I won't conform my so you bet me the Abua Ghana. I'm not funny to my payfra. Or my Ubuntu, now have what a sign. Passport won't send some. Nina, yet a bro, and what bruching come with you medium. Yabesas one more quenya, no watch your wagon.
Robert David, make us a free Germany. Kobe. Yeah, Amsterdam. Concept no what for. I will take where woman and then woman a chairman and no multiple. Mukran also program, no matter project, no more.
Shannon, say a minute of beer. 6 p.m. Bogania Abruching Company. Bano electrical appliances baby baako pɛ na obinya de papa na ne buof Franco smart TVs every 32 Ekosiisen 100 inches air conditioners washing machines blenders microwaves kettle cooking stoves your Samsung with CCTV cameras any crystal clear never phones any accessories abi you know that Franco number 1 Burua Franco shop be a benwo Nekwajo electrical appliances Yatete small first 0246 422 338 and 0555 939311 and now www.francotrading.com. Over to me App Store any Play Store no download the Franco app. Franco still phone papa
Do you know how money moves in Ghana and across Africa? How it really moves? It doesn't move once a month. It moves 100 times a day on Ecobank's digital platform. Airtime for that's your sister. Transport for Papa. 500 Cs for Saturday's funeral. 2,000 Naira for the cousin sitting jump in Abuja. Because we don't just move money, we take care of people. Money moves in every direction. Uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle, sister to brother on Monday, brother back to sister on Friday. And it moves together. The funeral contribution, the susu, the wedding levy, the hospital bill in the family WhatsApp group. In Africa, money is rarely one person's transaction. It's many people moving small amounts toward one purpose. That's how money moves here. And there's one bank built for it all.
Africa, 34 nations, one heartbeat, one screen.
Ecobank, the only bank built for the way Africans move money. 34 countries, one screen. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Africa,
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth.
Oh, Fabia, now what you say? And who did you know?
Mom, Patros, I toothpaste not that the buyer no. Send me the chimney, and no man no shame, and I'm able to know me.
Wait, your excuse. Abo frate, was sorry, no pa. It was what the tree was saying. And son, where did you? Now, no, so Ediana, sorry. What you say?
Yes, ma'am. Medical Kids toothpaste now, or the buy and run, and they treat me soon.
Why are dear? Cal Kids toothpaste, dear. Yeah, mamma, frate someone with the infirm you know, opimum fiancia.
Let me the dead, that's a strawberry. Let me be some dimple.
Debbie, any toothpaste, and yet of a way. Yes, say the Cal Kids toothpaste. Be mamma, fra with the infirm you know, opimum fiancia, dear to tree woman say. Every say, a boy, a sea, a more botocro, Anna, a share, a pamumwa, a hase, ne mana what day mapa, me bomber they say, me the Cal Kids toothpaste, be mammy, me to tree woman say, Abribia, Cal Kids toothpaste, and mamma, Francie to tree, and need
Cal.
It's amazing how people you've never met can ruin your mood, make your day, break your heart, or become your favorite person. One nomination, one betrayal, one kiss, one eviction, and suddenly you've picked a side. Big Brother Naija is back with a brand new season. Take the spotlight. Watch every unforgettable twist of Big Brother Naija Season 11 on DSTV Channel 198 and GoTV Channel 149 24/7 with as little as 58 Ghana cedis.
Africa Deep pepper purple. Enti sa wo to mackerel aye waduane a na wato Africa Queen mackerel na wechawe no keke na
Max buy dia sem dedabo. Yes, Max by C, Beto Bibia Fala. Enjoy up to 50% discount on all items. This Friday, all roads lead to Max by shops. Come get your mobile phones, ACs, TVs, washing machine, swallow maker, and more. Up to half the price. For further enquiries, call us on 054-401-9552. It's Max Buy Day and Bibia Yefala.
Syntax Taco! Syntax, hey, it's all fair strong. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, hey, it's all fair strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntax no break when the rain they fall. Still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. Any project you they start.
A new name is joining the Joy News Habitat Fair family.
This advert is FDA approved.
Let's shout for joy.
As the historic sesquicentennial celebrations roll on, Infantipim invites all old boys, associates, and the general public to the prestigious second Infantipim 150th anniversary lecture. This is not just a lecture, it is a masterclass for national transformation. Addressing a nation at a crossroad, we are honored to present the distinguished Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, renowned international diplomat and statesman. He will be dissecting a theme critical to our collective future, educating for peace, democracy, and responsible citizenship. Date, Wednesday, 29 July 2026. Time, 5:30 p.m. prompt. Venue, the Accra Great Church Hall. To every old boy, every partner, every citizen who believes in the future of Ghana and Africa, this is where you need to be. Block your diaries, clear your schedules, make it your #1 priority. Join the conversation that shapes tomorrow. Infantipim at 150. Vin Shekan.
Do you know how money moves in Ghana and across Africa? How it really moves? It doesn't move once a month. It moves 100 times a day on Ecobank's digital platform. Airtime for that's your sister. Transport for Papa. 500 Cs for Saturday's funeral. 2,000 Naira for the cousin sitting jump in Abuja. Because we don't just move money, we take care of people. Money moves in every direction. Uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle, sister to brother on Monday, brother back to sister on Friday. And it moves together. The funeral contribution, the susu, the wedding levy, the hospital bill in the family WhatsApp group. In Africa, money is rarely one person's transaction. It's many people moving small amounts toward one purpose. That's how money moves here. And there's one bank built for it all.
Africa, 34 nations, one heartbeat, one screen.
Ecobank, the only bank built for the way Africans move money. 34 countries, one screen. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Africa, yeah. Africa, yeah.
Jack Patabare Vimanya Ku.
Wado asie. Obia wodi otiaro pa ani awia. Nanso adonu mra. Eye bibia. Ewo Asempa FM 94.7. Bibia jumadi fufra. Yedi aba Asempa FM Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Obadoma. Bibia wo mu bisa traffic ne chia. Ye becho bebi ebe doji afa. Enyom no so. Dia de ben eko. Training stories and Philistine na. Eso mi sadi so. Mesia ma. Nemu menkancho bia o. Ebe ko konsa dia ye mia. Just bibia jumadi wa Asempa FM so. Edishia me Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eye bibia. said ye to be adie. And so she knew shop. Me report no hin. Minya, Sumenum Bonsu ye. And so she knew botum. Some for business will feel be one. I mean, why, yes, I guess I never could know. The Biania drink for Frau, and so I'm on 2 bianim. So be a dean say, and yes, some drain when you. Yes, bills wo idea. Menye comment na manchia bio. Ye wo a free emergency loan, kosi salary loan, working capital, ni startup loan. Bills see instrokra. For Ghana card be apply and ya. Fresh 0596 920 833 and now 0302 200 390. Bills. For sika samu how nyina be danye.
It's amazing how people you've never met can ruin your mood, make your day, break your heart, or become your favorite person. One nomination, one betrayal, one kiss, one eviction, and suddenly you've picked a side. Big Brother Naija is back with a brand new season. Take the spotlight. Watch every unforgettable twist of Big Brother Naija Season 11 on DSTV Channel 198 and GoTV Channel 149 24/7 with as little as 58 Ghana cedis.
Na ede na ya obeyi a oda former son ye funu emunumuni.
Oh Mr. Entry eye also ya reya titi be benfie pi nanso ne yam nyo no da se me chew no ahodo amato a me hunu hwe a ebe ya nwanwa
Menyi ni se what also tamfo Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture ya no mbom kotia also no bia ma no anom anka ne ho ato no dadaada also dro de eno ani Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture
ankom ni nchiremu
also ye kura eto ye funu ene ensunumu etuma wo ye funu ekeka wa wogire ho a enye also etumi ema wo ye cheko ebra wadidi awie so how eye also de a compare Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture nanom bom na ho ebeto
pedudu atu a ko okanshi drug lane Kumasi Dani Herbal Takradi AA Mensa Anafre 02038228855 Apefo abatan ya woma won mofra no fo ene mofra woni mfie dumienu enka ho Haxa capsules ene ne mesha
all satan for edie age adwadie
Eyampo se akwantuo mu nsem ye ka ne duonim na wanko bia na yew sa atesem eno ma bebree na Ghana de hye namu wonkofo amanso de wote woni beje ene de owo ebeho
hwekura yewo yesi slow ato eya 20 inches 3 days yet bimfie we eyekro
NNT Tiabrochen Como, Aquaku Amankwa, Akuntejo, Eddie Bro was Asempa 94.7 FM so.
It remained that as the Indian woman on ne. You almost see a cacra. You almost will who yes, yatie. Yennet Nasia. Ya Kabum.
Memory debia a bonusia, a pemusea, Ekosina watch a change home, our abruche, said the Yaku, any diabedrufie, the Yehu, near her, the ye, near the Aba, the Enyano, and you can say, ye.
Say, Abruchin come on a dim, tintimpa.
Yabera no man who do a won't conform my soy, you bet me the Abua Ghana. I'm gonna fund it to my pefra. Or my impuntu, now have bought a sign. Passport won't send some. Nina, yet a bro, and what Bruchin come with you medium. Yabesas one more quenya, no watch your wagon.
Robert Davy, make us a free Germany. Kobe. Yeah, Amsterdam. Concept no what for. I will give where woman and then woman, a chairman and no multiple. Mukran also program, no matter project, no more.
Shannon, say a minute of beer. 6 p.m. Boganie Abruchin Company.
Africa Deep pepper purple. Inti sa wo to mackerel ayo aduane a na wato Africa Queen mackerel na we chawe no keke na mpankwa
phone call ba kupa wo be ye ebesibie bia kwanya bebre ama picture ba kupa wo betwa ebesibie janka ya ma wafebo na wo gina yesie ba ko ebetimi asesa wo nkita hodie wo wiase yi mu Computer Ghana Mobile Prime Week ajiedwa se mobile phone afa hekese a brand ekukudam ehia ebo a F4 every Samsung Tecno Infinix any Itel to Vivo Xiaomi Huawei Hotwave and Doji behwehwem na yi mobile phone brand da wakoma so na woni begye bo no ho every 27th of July ekopim 9th of August die mobile phone na wobeto bia ya teso na wo to no ne ye chewade brands ahodo akwanya ahodo ye chew de entia e wo se we choose CompuGhana borrow CompuGhana showroom bia and shop online at CompuGhana.com Fre 0302752020 and now WhatsApp 0243143143 for CompuGhana, passion for technology.
A new name is joining the Joy News Habitat Fair family.
Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, 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 Asempa FM. Obine bado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode, Asempa nabo. Obine bado, biba, obibo.
Ekosiisen nie Bonsu awo Asempa de brane mama obi som obi som obi som obi som obi oribo Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguso a utie no ma yenam nyina ase ne yensan ma nyina akwaba emfa momra Ekosiisen dwumedie yi eso your discussion segment na asoba before that no ma menya way quickly na afi yemfa yenkomo no enhyehye so make say lawyer engineer Frank Pedro Asare Atnase said ye munyina munim no oye director mineral titles ewo minerals commission wabekansa ewo studio ha ye hwe ni mu so say honorable Collins Owusu Amankwa former MP Menchia North constituency enso ebetnase but first mamenkwa homan sakosua menu advisor on gender and social protection Emma Dr. Mahmudu Baumia who is flag bearer of the NPP and the Akosia the petition Akoma Speaker of Parliament Akosia Kwabana apom to saying
Yenya Ovi apomo ye na wonse
Nyame adom bibia boko enti ye hu petition ni bi what was the motivation then about the petition Akoma Speaker of Parliament
message it here for the Ejidisa na pawe we na ye sorry and you say video be abetuja and social media you say member of parliament in Kora Akoshimu woko I'm say moko excursion of some sort and nyomo kasa no oyi baako or the nensa chere baako ebisa ne say your friend was saying when you feel meware and and to say kasa bebro it was inappropriate in fact my air system a crowd na be 10 years ago it doesn't matter even the age or once about parliament so say or members of parliament in kita hono it means at the very least no mbeti hono no ya show mo crime who say omo ye to mo so aba eco parliament they are members in good standing. They are civilized. In some of the culture, Mijidi said the reason why I'm medical is about protecting children. Ever since I sent the children, even though I said, do no cafe, and when could be so more defended. And a bank, a todebia, sabi, and yet physical harm keke, and a hakra. Create an environment that is unsafe for a child, it affects your development. Into one of the pasta, Amasa uncles. We be say, a home here or patrol, but it's not about the person, and not a personality attack, and I say, will be carrying me person with many chairs to be about inquire, nay, also about even parliament, Nankasa, more than said the building a siho, a representing your farm who they are democracy, and it is the last thing I'll be going to say. A crack for parliament, Asema wakote enia or the befi hoaba. I believe is wrong. Also, about standards. It's not just anybody now omogoshia. A member of parliament. Sebi nipa or shep bra. Into ways to return a shep bra put ne fan kwa. What do you think his contribution will be? And one member of parliament. Another time to be a public official. And sometimes people even highlight these things here. There's no consequence. The petition is just to refer to Parliament's or more disciplinary powers. Or more asotri measures or more more established procedures. One of such procedures not to denigrate the establishment. Into your more accurate disciplinary processes.
Yes.
Not entry outcome.
But I'm sure we'll last, but I think the last but 1 or 2 paragraphs now. Okay, say in accordance with Standing Order 36, an expulsion should be considered to reaffirm Parliament's unwavering commitment to protecting children, preserving the dignity of the House, and maintaining the confidence of the Ghanaian people. Ain't you even think, sir, as part of more disciplinary considerations, no? Or Monsha Crass, on bet me a permanent free house or Mon Pamano?
The issue when it comes to Niemefa in Krapa who deal say, when the concern is made that if I say Oyakra, Inti, or ye pay monocran, ocean, dying because Oyakra. And that is a todebia and frank or Maya. Inti, maybe say, fine, if you believe, say, an expulsion is not enough, there are measures for Master Bejamwa.
Yes.
You have to activate. You who say indeed the highest institution or my parliament council. They make these constitutions.
Yeah.
Maybe responsibility and it's a matter no abba into your motion.
I mean, before you are moved to send a petition like this, not just when who said this is a very serious issue, I hear attention a wasro. I mean, to the extent that we petition the Speaker of Parliament, how prevalent is this issue in our society? If we say hear that level of attention.
Oui, a big problem. All platform is you didn't come for politics. If affecting economic capacity of, it doesn't matter who it is on both sides of the divide. So long as it affected Ghana,
yes.
I told them we don't talk about it enough. Share programs be to say or your path until now. I told them be a for the problems because there's no outlet. Our constitution recognizes Nkra deserves special care and protection.
Mm-hmm.
And Ghana, so no, your committee to Children's Act and international commitments, no, like the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Until every decision that we be taking, it should reflect those values. Until you won't say, a study can at the MP not so. A study can see that MP not so, because he's not just representing his constituency. As a member of parliament, he conducts himself beyond just the realms of parliament. Or you'll be, I say, a friend who's okay. We're soon in the Bible, or any Bibiano, etc. And when it comes to children now, we should not redefine the lines. Because a lot goes on and crab and sometimes in demanding the justice they deserve. Imagine say a cry on Kwana no money Jinawa empty cars what impression was created in their mind, especially the young boys. Obi Utaiko UK. Nano ya Omaya share starting from primary school and up. I'll make sure in craft, especially the boys, on how our morning baby akasa. You are aware of this. Training them so that they prioritize how to respect girls. Culturally, we have our limitations.
I was reading his apology. I mean, despite the good argument, Oshe paragraph 3 of the apology now say, I wish to clarify that the comment was made in the context of the long-standing, playful, cultural relationship between the Mosi and Dagomba ethnic groups. As a Mosi addressing members of the Dagomba community, my statement arose from the friendly and playful exchanges that have historically characterized the relationship between our two groups. The comment was not intended to cause harm, disrespect, embarrassment, or discomfort to the pupil, her family, the school authorities, the Dagomba community, or the general public. However, I fully acknowledge that irrespective of my intention or the traditional context in which the statement was made, the comment was inappropriate because it involved a child. Does it make sense to you?
That's the challenge with the video, which was 1 minute and 20 seconds long. In Kwano who are under the rights and protection of our constitution. I don't see a Mosi, I don't see an Ikriapim, I don't see an Ashanti child. All I see is a child who holds the dreams and aspirations that obey nipa titu. Accountability, it only strengthens our institutions. Child pana mano, fine, no feel say it was along a certain ethnic line, but even so, haven't we had a major problem even with child marriages within certain sections of our country?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Child marriage, one of the biggest issues, MPP, tackle whilst we're in office, most of the issues that they used to bring up was the fact that they had been given to somebody to marry, these are the conditions that some of them will friends in Southern Belty. And because of a lack of economic freedom, some of them are just sold away into this. It deepens the problem into that, even that bitter or kind, and I think that we need to have a very candid conversation about this. There are people labeling him. I am not assigning motives or calling him a criminal, but I'm saying, sir, holding members accountable. MP, hold you accountable. It doesn't weaken Parliament. It just shows Parliament's honor. It strengthens Parliament that the laws are a honor, almost standing procedures, almost disciplinary protocols in the BIANO, assume they hold it to a high standard. So I want to see that same intentionality brought to it. It is right.
Very well. Ma Yenshare, I mean, what the Speaker of Parliament would do. Me who say copy the minority leader, the majority leader, and the women caucus, I think, leader of Parliament. We'll see what would happen now that Parliament and SACA petition. No, Bibiani ebe sign so edin komobio. Why? Akosia Menu, advisor on gender and social protection to Dr. Mahmoud Baumea, Onoye, flag bearer of the NPP. Engineer lawyer Frank Pedro Asare, Akwaba, it's saying,
Bro, Minia Obi, Nyamiadom, Hunamuye, Wadi Buso, Boyen, and so. Yeah, she said, "The all Yamayan, Yabe Yafamudia Yankofa, a sign and Prebiama. Madam, so no mamma, so moye boy, and TBBI come.
Yeah, then Yamias, Minerals Commission, Yaboko.
Oh, Obi, Enya Ding will be some Minerals Commission. I see the nurse and my mentia, or Namentia Minu Penny Collins. Meaning the share I check. Yeah, think somewhere 2018 was the same. Oh, share with you TV view, and they are you, and they share. My country say, Messer Quine, tell Mammy Quine, I mean, come Minerals Commission Boko, Yamia Dome. Share a buying a pesa ye, a business ye, such a policy nimu. Now we share the Minerals and Mining Act na at 703 no yes promulgated in 2006 GD say 20 years down the line no no maybe more where was say it to me year no for because 2015 year amendment Act 900 and 2019 year amendment Act 995 this time around they say a total overhaul ne passing new law na new law no some of the things bebam ni say say mining lease ya dema maximum 30 years near about 20 years na say do na obe renewal ya sans why negotiation for you who say your mining lease na mining companies no year juma be who say na corporate social responsibility discretionary I must say you see a school dime back on her I say apart from say your bema government of Ghana lease agreement signed for and on behalf of the government by the minister responsible for mines, you know. You say in the new law, no, so you sound another development agreement between the company and the catchment communities. And no, they are binding. And say corporate social responsibility are opia now ye. You say share baby ya mania kwa kuduno ehun ni say hun hia say be san so ama recognizance licenses bio. Nti ye be year free na ma recognizance bio na mum prospecting na ye man 3 years na a year renewable 3 times no. You be say sachrem na trem ko be 5 years. The amount na 5 years no we terminal report or will produce within the 5 year ni na and chere say obetumi ayebibia then we can give it to another person in such kakra a person ye de ba the new Minerals and Mining Act Mijidi say cabinet ye hu aduma omawi mpo anisa be ko parliament na first reading na refer to committee and also ye de be ye aduma and so far the Minerals Commission and uni me makachi licenses mano we are trying as much as possible say yes me dear and that position me you know it your position na me position is say my license per se enya de bone into obi tna because license to do I maintain a galamsey cause na me madwem no won shada ente the mining sector no the one she anything na mum my mining licenses ni we are or say obo achire now who say obi mining wo mosia so kwanya ye fa so ye mining wo eno ana wo ye nti megidi say ade a was ye enforce more the inspectorate division no e be boa no mo ye nti ye hwe so say won say baby wo ho a ye de amobi e bia ye spy another person with interest so kofa actually say a conflict is ana with the buyer be catch say any possible because the act na ngasa kan say mineral right e dia mo bi no subject unto me enfama will be for fronti so far me madwem hu ni say eye na on say nkofo the idea nkofo nim ni say mineral commission na ema krata no license no agreement no ye na mra ne say ye facilitation, and in fact by law unless and until Minerals Commission has recommended, minerals are not soon to me granted. But Minerals Commission soon to me and granted mineral rights and mobia. It is a Minerals Commission and manage until license application in Abebayo, which is the director for mineral titles. By a while now, you have vet here who be biase a oka. Their recommendation, a common minister, or no social recommendation here, or the approval, or the approval neighbor. Now, you ma offer letter. Until offer no na consideration fee. I will be quite good to you. Na what the acceptance bar. Na ya jina so prepare agreement so be sign o portion na minister so sign it na say when your agreement no na no mpo njire say o koye mining no eno no ebe boa mining lease no be boa e ma other document depend on the mining lease to awaje say e quarry a what they will business plan be ka ho na what the kwan obefa so aye quarry ni so aka na ja ko EPA no mo so age ama EPA permit what they no aka ho Sani ama operating permit. Operating permit ni so ya de be ma wa o say hu operational plan. E hu say e mining and kasa na okoya reclamation plan. O say hu decommissioning say 2 year And as we mining list na wo hwehwe your document bi a wo say the base feasibility study report. And the be hu say mfie dodo say ne emfa ma because I know they defined to say a small scale any prospecting no 3 years for prospecting, small scale 5 years, large scale no the maximum 30 years. But depending on feasibility no na the review committee no kwatnasia e be share financial report or bibia ne who say yes okay we bet me about 7 years, bet me about 10 years. So far I think say normal
okay, that's nice. All the way from the Minerals Commission, engineer lawyer Frank Pedro Asare and Yatin and can medical the atuja said Honorable Collins Ousua Mankwa Honorable Branamin Chawe na yen shen komona sien tentem na yemren ekwa 19 minutes after 5 at 6:30 p.m. ye de dwumadi na ebeba awie Honorable Akwaba na etesen
nyame adom
bibie koyi
enya akofo adom bibie adeda na kwa
nyame ase menshia nof boko
Shanoff, Yabokosa.
Now, some men a woman Shanoff, and to be a Savannah.
Oh, I see because until I said no, could by party pen for our court and by party pen for as our court until.
Oh, sir, if I at polling station elections,
now. Oh, or more executives in a mass disqualification be, I know they are not the party. Yemo ye de nipa na echichire na okoyi nipa na brain over 200 every month.
Idi ho muntimi nto aba no.
David nto yi.
Oh.
Mentionoff
the whole
Supreme Court decision ya personally I disagree. I think say be boa Mentionoff. Oh na say sisi ya de o pese chinchina we be police station executive because on no ba beto ama o premise. This is a card bearing member bia oye standing no be to be. Chinchina pese but what is it?
I feel police station now a Juma now
for election purposes. Yeah. I think that is the advantage of that
ruling from the Supreme Court.
That's the advantage.
Supreme Court ruling me from what I said, I think it seek to dismantle transactional environment we find ourselves as politicians. Now, Matisse be also say, oh, and Basa na cost no and
party organizing 10 elections now. A buone be costro.
Party.
Osei.
Now, ye nipa no mo begum nti e beja omoza.
Good standing no party in Becky into Obia 2 CD every month. Opesa wonko wo to bidia.
Any percent.
Okay, since you opesa
to bidia.
Voting right there. Say who build the party.
Yeah.
Enti so who say na hokwa.
This party bia 1 million out of 6 or so million na motoma ye no 1 million kra na ye members na ye jo mo 2 CDs every month. I think say beboa. Yeah ha no.
That's a lot of money. But basa na unim. at the constituency level, no, executives may have money to run the party.
Yeah, but you see, opposition there.
Retention. Oh, no, listen.
Okay, party.
Yes. Say in core region. Say in core national for operations.
Opposition there.
If it is where managed party and system we know there.
But honorable,
you support the ruling of the Supreme Court.
Supporting ruling.
Personal, like you agree with the
no. Said before say you cannot party no on the position, and I can't go contrary to
the party.
Now, that's fair. Honorable, I dare back question woman say, you see, our opposition is different even on dues. Abai mo a na me dey abai means anya adwuma you come has am ya entitlement ayi na wo ho no hwe ene wo a wo ya MP no e be betua ma nyina Dobi we dey medical sra say me
so ya na challenge
nti ma me
hwe na
ye ni nkomo na me sra kwa
ka wasem no wetime yakwa wo se Pedro etu kwan nti obekasa wie na we giant ho akọ. I mean the big story your friend is I said in am tamaklo in some ebobo efri mo ba mamintio
obi aminchia obi na men kan say nyame ya adom 6 August ye di nimia na ye nuanom wotwe a fofia ntoata to renchem no esi na adi afe na me personally hates me because me na me yekofa by me program na ye mvan say omoba so they were coming on my invitation. Tima memfasa akwanya oyinso na mema omobusuafo yakobio na menka senyame enform kra insie enrachi omampanya yade afn
Asempa FM
compensation bia ni wo a betumi abesi nipa nwotwe no but sene ye nipa die omako nenso yenhwe ne mfa wi nso emo abusuano nti abusuano bompaye bia ye bobi momo nyame yadma ochina mikrom sehwebo akon sister bia obi ni papa o ye friendly so okọ adwuma na me ho mfa me de ne ko hospital wadani ato nti ochina na omoye na ye o sehwebo akon e frɛ no afia catkis na obi asema aba ye nyina ye tu ne srani abasai mentie me nua na nabi metie Menshia South MP na matue menua eduji onse woni obi di nkomo tumi hu se wakasa bebre pa ne so wonka hwe brofo mu no mo say so much of nothing no na bi ye no o kan bebre so wanka hwe because they kind oye mrani mi obi wo de oye officer of the court me so me officer of the court Asempa na aba Asempa na mo ka no se sisi ade se court esigina ya aban na owoso no ana ma court na esigina isa na opachire a judge for miensa etena asem ne so no omo appeal is a re-hearing and omo no the sisa wo mu ne say enya afi na witnesses ne betno omo anim no ma hwe demeanor ne sa gestures no but omo the far records no on the face of it no 178 counts wo hwe count nankasa kura na 80 however no count na what kind year there is 78 into no kura discrepancy wom but what every count and the particulars of offense na be brewa wa etosini eno mpo no emra no ekire se ebi etosini na ebi ye papa yemfa de etosini ntu babi na de ye papa no yenyira so na yemfa mu aten obi yenya sa na emra ne te na se ye de bebu aten so a de ye papa no e wo se ye domu na ye hwemu yi e de ani criminal jurisprudence aye won wo mamu ha no ye say wa wo di asem nkansa bebo obi no wona so de wo so say wo be kire se ampa so ade na make say why ampa ana yen sa ne te nti se sa ne te de a the trial judge no the court of appeal say debi eni na edru baby the prosecutor na eye na said say obetumi a kire se ampa mami kwadu a ye de abo no nyina waye no edru baby ase wo dane no ma ne kwaye se mami ni mom na emra me kire se wonye yampa na nye sa na te ye mra no se wo ye ni sa no wasiri ti ase nti e ba sa esipai eno no John Mahama ana se Dominic Ayini ene take his decision ana enye a judge for me ensen ene ya ye kasa ya wontumi ho akodin senseme say omo de court of appeal nti say court of appeal needs take decision say ampa trial judge no circumstantial evidence no what the nyina sisi ani a enkyerɛ sɛ untumi na yɛ because was say what the way ebo we mu na nyina ɛkyerɛ adeɛ baako pɛ sɛ enya the doubt ba sɛ enya adeɛ we na betumi ayɛ we nso a in the case of Brobe and the state what fact ne de anka bɛka sɛ ɔno wakum nipa no sɛbi nanso Supreme Court court ne transe dwen ho zi dosi there be asem no o kana nipa for reasonable person tia obetri say nyo no kum no so far says had doubt na ba say nipa ne be feel say nyo no kum no
musu working in favor of the accused
sanity inti we eyade adwuma ma bo bia adenti na said nam kwa de ebi kwaboa na ebe yetikwa paida asia pai obi yanka no kre said nam asem na ekoso no me as an individual Oman ni sika bia wose yede bo oman ne ho bra bia no se nipa ba kompe bi anase abusua bi anase kofukuo bi eyo madwe so omo befa na omo dia wase omo siremu a me kaseti a because me krombu ako ye hia no ma bebre na oman ni sika no so ne yede beye nti ekodi nipa ba kope ho a ebe ha ye nyina however no emra no so se ebeye se ye be ma sebe wonum a aye bone aduokonkron ehun ato mo sense ebe ma obi a sebe ne ho son sa brobe ebe kwa akoda fiase ba kompempo nti asembe na ekoso yesi mami oman sika ye de share nsa 2013 to 2017 6 January ana ono na oye kandinia oda masloka no oman no ofa akwati kwan bi so e ma oman ne boka ebi wo ho a charge ni bi ni se wo wia oman na nkasa ena bi won so waboa pa ni obi aye kanana conspiracy awie oman no ena waboa pa ya ade a ma oman ni sika akodi nsensem mu wafa sika na wasa ni siremu ebi won so a yesi wokoto ade na wamfa mra kwan so enam sa sika na yesi wo wia no ne ayi ntu eno na elinke the money laundry no nti yakeka ni nyina bomu a aduoso nwotwe omra meyi ne ho ano yehya ase na wokokoto ana wose ne ho dodo no otu kwan de dikan ye nyina ya establish say time a court no etna se dabi wa ma ye ma na kwanya bebre se bra na ye ni wasem wa ma dia court no betimi emra no so ma hokwan se betimi atry na try no ye wie ye no Daniel Azim no or court no e convicted no e sentence no or appeal e ma CCI ye di nkomwe he is not in jail or say a lawyer for Mona Moyama will be called for appeal. Now say a bill pending appeal. Sure. And why and a court now grant you the other conspirator no cry. And ya dia oda fiasi you establishes because court no Supreme Court share na say who said there be and sanebe granting bill pending appeal no. You share the grounds of appeal. Yeah. You who say is it likely say be sociediana and sociedia because court no had discretion no. Court no share no. They think say there is an iota say na asem no betimi asosidi you grant on the bill. Ono na woni ha. And the process to extradite her no and shall see under this regime. Ntina ye bibia se ye de ne beba oman mu nti let's get that clear remember ye create impression be say NDC ba ya na ye de extradition a process akotum awaba na process na shall see under the previous regime say omra me 7 sentence a process ye enye ye mfon so say ya ban be di so na obaye no so ye de ne koto afiase na Yensan putting on record, let the record reflect say, and yet mra wo ba ye na nsa na wo ye appeal no. Or the appeal ne to mu into filing notice of appeal ne the dada. Na ye wo mra say ye ma wasem a ubetumi aye notice of appeal. Na say wan ye ni sa dia o the leave of the court na nkasa based on asem na wo dia ba no. Any back criminal ne because say nipa liberty no obetumi da fiase abemfia duo no. Owia osanso be ye appeal court na gitum it is established law so oditum sa nti yenyitum say enye say oba ye anase NDC aban ba ye na or then the notice of appeal echo court
or the notice of appeal in 2024.
May 2024.
But since then, no, when taking action via on the NDC
and the taxes are what they are called. We are lawyer. Oh yeah, case. Oh, nim kwan bebre wo ha betina aso ayo case.
MPP that so we need
I no mean to mean and I know say na me intend to realm of absurdity minim but the minim ne say of alley notice of appeal under the previous regime. The minim bi on so say the lawyer now filing the notice of appeal no obey wasesa the lawyer.
Yes.
And the minim bi on say ordinary submission kwai and the state in so antra hokwa state in body what is some claim bi kwai na mi hu say this your fundamental human rights no say ye bia wasem na wudwane ya edru so a isi a woni hu kwan kra say obekọ court of appeal bi court ni si na zembe na moken say nipa na ye bia na sem no woni hanti oni hu kwan say obe appeal court ni bogwi meboa and every ground bia na odekọ ye bia no the state opposed it. In fact 9 grounds no mu ba company agina so de bia se nkofo nhwe read the 94-page document ube hu say B2 ne the H no the court ni bogwi yes and ogina the omnibus one so na dem be na ba nsem na court ni fine no one we say charges na ya the board no ebi wo ho a esipai enimu the tosumenu burden of proof na eno na ye prosecutor ne dia no prosecutor no to me anye emana nko sipi inti se trial judge no ejina so e di bia ne fo a enimu ebio nsem na ye kan say ono na waye no ye nya dance ama ho. For instance the Obatampa case me hu say na I mean what the obi anim intelligent questions are now will be sir people who have me personally want to me asem no me can be okay producer me frere ka say until say you want to me asem no in person make us be na o share linkage we want to me the anyway one papa na wade Maslow sika asa oje Maslow sika free banker e wo say wo san so tua ne true bank o say what the command nipa no wo filling station
bachona
unim say nka so ono so offense obi yeah, the abansi come out through a process. Do you carry it and give it to an individual in his car? But say buying who say obebua buying case into you soon as a prosecution witness.
Yes.
And then Henry come there na ono no kwaye galam say no on say e ben kakra. 2 circumstantial evidence. And no e was say ye keka ni nyina bomu a e kira de ba kompe. Enya kira de mienu pe na je say anye ye no. 1 say what is Sikana mano? Granted. Now, what is Sikana mano or my crata dance ya? A chess says Sikana with the amano no, my acknowledge. Kofa crata nebra photocopy and I'll buy it. Yeah, and no sano. I was said near the proof. I was say a kofa expert or nim handwriting. Any signature. Near kofa said nam. Ni previous signatures near the battle to whom Obi yes ana.
But the states ne yes ana.
States ne yes ana. The prosecutor did not do that. And no na was oye. Inti sa wanya. Unim say about criminal proceedings procedure no as important as the substantive matter. Obi me boa.
Yes.
And ye said nam kwa and na semwa ba ye gina procedure any normal bia yan connecting ye so ediajano esida tago asem. I mean when you pick the criminal law reporter it is repleted with many because freedom there ehun hia pa nti bibiki to bia no ye beja nipa no nti want to me I establish say indeed what is cano nipa wo fa no say omra medi dance ma no ono so ntumi ankyere na even omo free Maslow so ba be di dance no kura antumi amfa dance bia ama inti court no sa asem no opeso ye den definitely the court
eno na lawyer bafo we busa wo se nipa ne so this can be share no ba chona ono ema ne signing onto a document that is sikano media man what the court said ne say they wanted to see a corresponding copy of that letter from Maslow. Maslow witnesses then to me and provided any such letter. Obatampa found your mom letter nearby. But the court said, and non kwano enye enough to prove say initial 500,000 or then or the emma. You have to prove that. Bafwe argument they say Same magiska with intention that me person me fasikana. There's no way major paper trail be our me office.
Obi mo lawyer for the woman say me do here. Someone sia be mo friend collaboration evidence. And now someone sia that no. I will say Obi the paper we aba the way so far dey ya the bomb one who say sanet here. Onu kra wan for original copy ne buy.
Yes.
Or the photocopy ne buy signature no so nipa na wo say any signature wo say enyo no a won so a wan first expect witness man ama am prove say any signature Obi no just say as attorney general dada ene nimpan for state attorney for no na adiga na hwamo say sa na net here say indeed if they believe say oye yampa na another one circumstantial evidence ni bi yes say mami ya onu kro ye yesi wajiska no watra mo se metua interest nipa waji ni sika wo fie amaka bibia wo dem obesa atra ma ne se wo metua interest enam so no gidi se won yi yenti na watra ma mo se still they have to pay because mostly your time obetua principal and your time obetua interest so if they are still serving you under her then she believes say usika no am I we na also be prove say mama usika no Matua principal no any interest in fact it did not even accrue interest because odisi kan ma me na manfa nkoya hwe me hu say wo interest no ya twitwa me emwa me ntimedi amount interest be bio
na denti so na say omu metua
principal ni hu abeze na ya sanso atwe bro say ye interest bre
say principal eni wo ho because the correspondence from Sedinam to Obatampano was say mu metua mu interest
yes mu metua mu interest no
with the presumption say the 500,000 will still be with you.
I'm say yes you tua bibia but what you say inti
mutua ma hwan the court didn't resolve that
you tua ma o wose wontua hwe ma me you tua ma wo no krata we na didi dase
yes
so you tua
na wa sign
krata no mas wa sign me say anya me signature nie ye improve yeah na obi eno no ye mahama asem and you cannot blame the sitting government for the inefficiency of the previous administration in executing that matter. One, yes, say, into Oshasi boss can and million and was say, Mamena Ghana Boka 90 million Ghana cedis. What is that 90 million? No, 61.4 million now. Yeah, the crackers no, can't be.
Yeah, can't issues now, court of appeal.
Obi, oh, yeah, I'm new. Ojidi says asem no e wose ye kasem amen na amaya boka abekura nipa ye fa na mani bedi dasi PW2 AS7 amwasteka obedi dasi say ampa emra oba ye no ye hwehwemu no hu se mame no akraka bi na ka no saa sika na o se wode eto no na hu se e wosoro kakra o sanso ye negotiation me boy and I need engagement
or renegotiate and some payment no cost
why renegotiation and now we na once na wo di two mu sesi ade renegotiation ya ma ye papa inti sa ade be koso ne yato ne yasanso atua ho ka obi inti nipa na ye say why born ne de what would be the offense gajere me obi inti mama ye nka no kra nkire ye ho so o man na ye timu no sen ne pese ye kekere no say Uye NDC ninti na se ban wa ban mu na wonya boni mpa to please other people ntino chinchina ye nkyere wana woye MPP ni so na wonya boni a enam se party wo position nti ye nkyere wana me de woni me position on ya cheche ne sa bill bond akese no me huni se sebe nyansa bi anim because se nipa no already no ye innocent court bi amu ya ne for ena wa friend say wo moa na wonye nchihwemu anasempo wo de charge abo no awakokot the ehia pa ni say the liberty of the person there as lawyers we must speak for it our fidelity must be to the law not to our parties inti say wo command ni pa na twitwamene bill say what is the sense in it ye hu say nipa no a place of abode ye hu say or shorties ye hu say obeba abegina mra nanim that is all you should answer it obi so kan sem na ene aban ya te so enya wo da enya wo de but it doesn't mean so nkoda fiase for expressing his opinion those are my position however on this said na matter no me gidi say ye hwen tan dodo na daachi bi no ye kasa no liberty asem ne ka no ebia mra no betumi ne ye akodi no nyonyono wo baabi ne bia na nka mfa kwan papa so na se enami nua na bia oye press conference me nua baafo se na sem koba ye nam ha nyina ye potential jailman bibia wokwa sisi akura obi asem a emfa wo ho na obi akotwa hwe wanim yes hey wo na osabe wakum no by the time I hu se nya wo na wokum no na bi kra ya chi watum nti wo pa kire se koba se court no anhwe asem ni ye na ode ne koto ofiase na wo court of appeal na court of appeal etie nsem ni nyina because I hear it no cancel on fan hunia and now say chinchina first court of first instance no try na or convicting inti I was say at all costs you convicting be you born appeal ni guana
bafwe we busa questions the learned attorney general ye nyina ye penny leader of the bar no say the judgment of the trial court no had some merit, and that's why he's still going to appeal this decision.
Okay.
It is a utna kasa odi office bibia ya kroje.
Where am last Sasem no me who ya was say Edoji which is true. Say Edoji is in Ayini and partners. Na upanyini aka say but let's put on record say at the time Attorney General cancer no sanso kan sisudia say wonya hu judgment no. Because now all year press conference in a question then he said he has not read the judgment. As it stands now, as he has had the benefit to read the judgment.
He still says and that's why they filed.
Which is allowed. Yes, stay of execution. And court is going on vacation, but I'm told they want to have a time one within the vacation. But that is his stance. I don't have any problem with that. What I've said is my opinion and my knowledge on the matter. However, if the Attorney General Mrane man say on such matters or no bejina because won't mean say asem no o maka enya the ntu be kokoto e on one bet me so say obey appealer so be it. And to me beboa you know why say one judge akasem unanimous 3
judges
abeka aboagu na ye the court upstairs na 5 so ejitum say the train kan no eno ano no say na ye mra na nyina ye hu say efri na ekọ na ye say nete so mo kon so no mo say dabi 3 judges no so mo de na mo kan ye no esi pai enye mra no masini triasia no so say be ye mra na ye nyina ye because obi no kra ye bakope ye tumi ko asem a trial judge ebe kan ni say obekọ appeal na wa me ne wo ho kra ma obi Supreme Court now overturning. It happens. That is the beauty of the law. But me dear say, mema yemfa nkofua omohu ni asem ni mu emfa omumbre. For instance, say eye omampanyi mahama. Ena chinchino person yi said nam. Eye ayini ena chinchino person yi said nam. Adentina wo ye appeal. Adentina wo call for stay of execution.
Sir, some have argued say one even the defense in the appeal, our court of appeal, no was. Say wa urezi on first issue say nipano ejampi baila the right for appeal Christ curtailed. We also said that was alien to the law. But it goes to prove that the appeal no way na kasa said that's it there. You be say edin komobio but you go so aye kasa no. The former Attorney General of the Republic, Godfrey Yeboah Adame, issue statement. Now statement on the letterhead of Dami and Partners, Osei acquittal and discharge of Sedina Tamaklo at Yono Ewaka. I'll read some of the relevant portions. Osei, I've become aware of a false and devious narrative being churned out by communicators of the NDC and other agents and hirelings of the government in a bid to shift the blame for the acquittal of Madame Sedina Tamaklo Atieno onto the Akufo-Addo government and principally my good self as the immediate past Attorney General and Minister of Justice. The relevant record speaks for itself and will always vindicate. 1. No notice of appeal filed by Sedina Atieno in 2024 came to the attention of the Office of Attorney General in my tenure. State attorneys in both oral and written submissions indicated this fact to the Court of Appeal in April 2026 that they had not been served with a notice of the appeal and that they became aware of the proceedings only after the Court of Appeal directed the parties to file their written submissions. 2. In any event, even if an appeal was filed by Sedina Tamaklo in 2024, it is completely immaterial because no further step was taken by her as the accused/appellant until the NDC came back to power. Thus, the Republic had to do nothing in 2024 in terms of the conduct of that appeal. What I, as Attorney General, who had superintended a successful prosecution had to do was to ensure that the convicted person, Sedina Ationu, was brought to Ghana to serve the sentence lawfully passed by the High Court of Ghana. I thus took the important step to pursue an extradition request. The competence of my extradition request was upheld in the order of the United States District Court of Nevada on the 9th of April 2026, which confirmed the extradition and committed Ms. Ationu to custody pending her extradition by the Secretary of State. Throughout the Sedina extradition proceedings, which commenced in July 2024 and concluded in April 2026, no mention was made of an appeal filed by Sedina Ationu in 2024 against her judgment, not even in the processes filed by Sedina herself in the U.S. District Court. Lawyers for Sedina Ationu only obtained leave from the Court of Appeal to file written submissions on the 10th of February 2026 and proceeded to file the said written submissions on the 12th of February 2026. At this time, I was not in office as the Attorney General. My understanding is that the prosecuting state attorneys were surprised when they were served with the written submissions of the accused/appellant on the 16th of February 2026 because they had no prior notice of the pendency of any proceedings. Nonetheless, they put together written submissions in opposition to the appeal and applied for leave from the Court of Appeal to file same, which they did on the 9th of April 2026. In their written submissions, the principal state attorney repeated her complaints about an incomplete record of appeal, an omission from the record of all the exhibits tendered by the prosecution at the trial, and the fact that, quote, became aware of the instant proceeding, and the fact that they, quote, became aware of the instant proceeding after the court had directed the parties to file their written submissions, unquote. The Court of Appeal, presided over by Her Ladyship Mensa Dacha J.A., proceeded to inquire into the fundamental matters raised by the state attorneys, which affected the court's jurisdiction to determine Ms. Ationu's appeal, by ordering that 3 volumes of the record of appeal, which the Republic did not have access to at the time it filed its written submissions, be given to the Republic. This was done. The matter was adjourned. After a perusal, the Republic applied for an inclusion into the record of appeal of 3 documents. This application was granted on 28 May 2026, and the matter was adjourned to 17 June 2026. In all of this, I was not the Attorney General. On 17 June 2026, a different panel of the Court of Appeal, presided over by Ankoma J.A., sat on the matter for the first time and adjourned for judgment. The public opprobrium and rejection of the acquittal and discharge of Sedinam Tamaklo are merited considering the cogent evidence led at the trial, which enjoyed massive media coverage and was thus easy for all to appreciate. The development is consistent with the predilection of the Attorney General to discontinue all cases which were being prosecuted against leading members and affiliates of the NDC. It smacks of an orchestration to clear the lady of a felonious act and highlights the growing perception of Ghana's current justice system. 2 sets of law for 2 sets of people. Equality before the law exists only in theory and is not lived practically. The Sedina scandal is the closest Ghana has been to a reenactment of the Woyome scandal. And as the Ghanaians ought to demand more from a government which set out after inauguration to discontinue all criminal cases pending against its leading members, only to launch immediately thereafter a policy of oral by which it aggressively parades leading members of the opposition in court on alleged corruption-related offences in trials conducted under extremely difficult conditions. The Attorney General in these circumstances must be held to a very high standard in the prosecution of cases. The final paragraph, a justice system in which political friends face no accountability and time-honored rules are compromised for their comfort, whilst political opponents are treated like second-class citizens and struggle for their basic rights and freedoms to be respected in criminal trials, reflect poorly on the state. God bless us all. Signed, Godfred Yeboah Dame. Honorable Collins also amankwa. What drink show say one same way in ho.
Lawyer me that's it. Court asem na ye kanti aya lawyer for enkomo.
Yes.
Me de me legal practitioner. But me paralegal, so I can also add my voice to the issues ongoing. Now, former Attorney General statement can be about equality before the law.
Yes.
Asempa FM.
Meraho kakra. Meraho. Na ochi Court of Appeal decision on ye nuaba Sedinan Tamaklo at Yonu. The 10-year jail sentence yakoda sore ya Court of Appeal say the trial judge netina so no can ye bia no merit bia anim ne say nti o ma setting aside maame no onfa ne hu ni kra me hu say oman na yetim sesia no nokre ni sha na say anya very careful obi anya very careful na ya hwe kwan ya ye befa so a ye be protect our fledgling democracy. One day you would wake up and see a nipanum be say afide ya bre ye hu ni say koto de ne bodwe nyanya che de onko eno has become the order of the day ni say nti no afi de mo be bia monye, and we ought to be very careful. We ought to be very, very careful. Obi. So now we are saying, say, a colossal amount of 93 million cedis has gone to the drain. Is that what we are telling ourselves? Say sikano, aya brofo no bi ekon. Ghana fo sika na nkasa no, sikano ahira won sesem. Sika ye ka ho asem no. Eye sika say ambulance crap say tobacco fully equipped ambulance ebe cost 1 million cedis, ranging from $75,000 to $125,000, fully equipped. Enti mami si kenko anke betuma to ambulance mako 93 amagana for o kase wo to sa Toyota his ambulance nke to ani bia 300,000 to 400,000. Inti eno ebetimi ato bia be ahenu ni eche be more than 200 ambulance. Sika sem we ni e kan. Sa sika na yira won sesem. Ayira o sika ni sese ni ese say obi an maame no won to ye bibia o. Di obi akọ di obi ahọ eko.
And I say who allege say obi afesika. E was say who prove ni pan guilt beyond reasonable. And then the Court of Appeal eka. Easy to allege. But the real job is in proving beyond reasonable doubt.
You see, the point is, so now you want to tell me, say, a state and a prosecuting mammy no, and the same state, you know, say, ye koye shoddy job, ne say nintino, mammy ni enjano. When you say an ecoso. Between two regimes, no. Unimza
Yes.
Say Republic versus Sedina.
Sedina.
It is state, because we can't, my kind judgment, page 1, first paragraph, T. Or say written submission of respondent in answer to appellant's submission pursuant to leave granted by this honorable court on 1st April 2026. Or say, Attorney General Nekasi, or say, we wish to bring to the attention of this honorable court that the record of appeal before the court is not complete. We state that all the exhibits tendered by the prosecution during the trial does not form part of the record. The only documents found as part of the record are some of the documents which formed part of the disclosure done by the prosecution. Be it as it may, we have had to proceed with our submission relying on notes made by the prosecution as we only became aware of the instant proceeding in this honorable court after the court had directed the parties to file their written submission.
Very well. They were not in the known Senate appeal via Ewo. But the point they raised about incomplete records, the court subsequently ordered for the records not to be brought in, and now say 3 sets of records.
So what I'm saying is, indeed, state a detective Attorney General a detective said there be prosecution there course no. There were additional exhibitor evidence. Wasn't quoting a file written supplementary written submission.
Yes.
But Attorney General ignored it. Now, what one bonne no ba one ka ho asem. And court of appeal the judgment in abawie. Then you turn around to say such judgment no. You are going to Supreme Court to overturn the judgment. And you're very weird. And a waste of time, waste of energy, waste of resources. Media from why I said onjai. It won't change anything. I'm telling you. A complete waste of time. Because when him say wabo bi kwadu no a wabono. And nipa no appeal sa decision. And we were detective who said there be records no crane incomplete. What do you do? It's also complete at the end process. Yes. And we ignore it. Anything will be employed by the Attorney General say obetimi a free man, and indeed the woman has been freed by a court of appeal. Now, say ni ebetina ho okromu me hunu energy bi a NDC for ni di defend the man. Same energy no me person me kan wo fidie so say NDC may also have no moral right to criminalize obia or man we must obia din samoni e di ntina make answer otie de na Pedro te he keken ya oh mame no nye boni sa na mame no nye boni dia ene what happens to presumption of innocence under our justice jurisprudence enti se mame no nye boni dia ene obia wo mu kase we ya feska omu nya san komoni dia o because mame we cry there started from allegation and you are trying, you are convicting, and now she's been discharged and acquitted. And me person me can say you be say na ye me allegation there and you be yan try no, yan convicting no. We are then crucify and say wa bokro no. And the Ekosiise one there. Me jitum pa say ye be wi no obia benya ne won ti ase say okay. Yemakotum kasa. If not, it will be hypocritical and pretentious on the part of NDC I can't say members. Say omobetine ofidie we so na na we ya diska and assume si ye be jailing no. But you see, adie no a well coordinated strategy. aban yo we o protect ne nkrofo because it started from yenua panyin opunimu case ne ba obeti attorney general say onye interested no file nolly prosecute na ya si case no yetwem oba ye no say ne ye nyina ye gitum say ye combat corruption dia mo a ekwa didie ema say enka bingum ba we de attorney general any NDC aban ama ye hunu say selective justice and ekoso omo ma ye hunu say e be ye more Ghanaians than the others ne say ninti no omu gina emrani mu kra na sikasam ene niema bi anko ye fa wo ho no omu ba ye no omu be yi omu afrim rather no obi a yen convicting and I say they haven't been charged kra no san crofo no masa do mani asakwa kosi won so that is not fair eniema ekoso no obi emu oya oman na yetimu sesi a no ye gage excession of the populace okan wadwena ni a profile o account and social TikTokers ni ade nyina ye profile wo mo achese is becoming very pathetic adan I said ye oman no freedom of speech no ebi mu de ya mo sa leeway no to operate ebi mo so de ye be gage wo, and that is exactly what is happening. Eti ye betina kromu ha na aban ye oti hoi edi intentia ama a session of the citizens wa bra se nipa no ye NDC media, they don't see anything wrong with the nipa no aye arehosem chama untumi de ye ka ho asem yi chama untumi se enye ono ankasa na oko engage in illegal mining because he wasn't caught say oh chama untumi uye illegal mining nemum aban si wa property right bia oni sell to me to transfer minerals right enumpo alande no into jail 20 years maame a watimi atam oman sika edi akwa koma obatampa microfinance na microfinance no ode interest rate ato so no musi we de ye ntimi na maame na nka nkyere omo say oh maslok account ni ntia bia mo fa sika no ntum na emum rather no mo nyi sika no cash o ma withdraw cash sisa sika gum ahia no obacho na baby a total filling station on ho pano bi ho pa menim se wafa wakoto pano order da bi o ayo ene o pe pano ya takọ omu hia maami ye pia sika gina de ama maami baby a sika ne ko ye ebesi ne obi ehunu ene mo si de ko so nyina no onkofa ne huni na bibia animu a ye de asem amanyame ye de asem ama okese yi because e kon ya NDC aban edi nipa bi famu okrom ha no asefim ne mo ya aban ni ya aban obatan bonia ni tirimo den wo yi ne nsuro ni bi egu nchen ena chese wa fa bi chese odwene ho a wonti ase me ni Fred ye mi hunu aban ya ni tirimo den te se aban a wo sisi e because ade no akwase ye nyina ye Ghana for but aban no edobi chen bi ena why ne yakokan ya asem akere no why ene yesesi yakokan ya asem akere no ye ni kamafo ewo baabia sika ye ka ho asem eye mpimonim ene yesi sika na yiransesem eno nti decision ni say maame no mfa ne hodi a ye de asem be manyame na mum what is good for goose is equally good for the gander eno nti de ye kan say law of equity say yetimi bo obi charge na high court edina sem ewie na ye sentence say nipa no na nipa ne appeal ni overturning the decision of the high court dia anie chama untumi die no de ye kan say opro didi a onwam so didi say dinam tamaklo odidi a chama untumi susu e wo so onso didi na say maame no ya mana nkoda afiase dia ene mo extend this courtesies no also to our chairman because ye chairman no ono no so de to me na ni kwase bi a ode koma obi na ode kokoma no mama ehwe ne emayi because yaw e bankrofo mu and I was buying no share the sense of the public as we speak maybe you maybe hey nankrofo group o hwe nkoma o mu die nyina o timi se obia e diarewo wo na komam krofo diarewo wa ban ne ho se o man panyina waba udobi tan bi o man panyini attorney general udobi tan bi utimi a free nkrofo omu dia before competent court of jurisdiction say mo dia monsem ne yatwetwam mun kofie omu a sebi omu nsem kra yankanwe ya crucify omu okromu ha ama onamo a ya jese ya boni pa bi ma se nuam ande na ose mutimi yesa enti lawyer no kreni mesre se ne ekoso no obia enhye ne ho so afutu amde be ma Ghana for no say obia enhye ne ho so emu oya aban na ma yahunu say odobi tan bi enti nya fa ne be cheche yensemu bebre because o chire mu a ekosisen obi emu oya o ekwan a omode chema untumi fa so mirika tante o chema untumi within a year papa na ya kanashim etne kromu ha nkrofo omo fight omo cases ebi emfie 9 emfie num sesi amene o ka say omo de I don't know so omo passes a tribunal bill no there
parliament de omo pass aka so omo panyin de
na and understand so man panyin e be appointed you know
a new amendment who say omo pass initially no
na chief justice
sign recall and on my amendment in the amendment is your man panyin e be am panel chairman of the various tribunals
exactly
not chief justice at the regional level not chief justice am panel
at the district level at the district level
chief justice
and at the regional level president to man panyin e be yi chairman
of the
tribunal man panyin Mahama
should be a lawyer
exactly NDC background and andoma Oman Kanisa okay ya wu okromu ha
ade
omo branch executive in ebegu I'm telling you obi eniema ebobo ba no se ya anye careful la eniema ebobo ba sisi ano se ye nyina ya anye very very careful in this country me see ebedru ba bi no ebekọ akoye ti se afedie ya bremu bekun mu nkuyen because adena omaya ye koyenim na sisi ne tapia say ye dey share reverse gear we are going backwards and it's so pathetic say enne we are visiting tribunal baby ayaba bedri na ecosystem what happened to the ecosystem and then no is it lack of
by the cases
cases infrastructure and also expanding.
So no more expanding.
No, it doesn't mean say we'll be running para judicial system in this country. And from the look of things, afen NDC do omo court neighbor. Tribunal and NDC afen NDC for eba be de court no ababe din some money. Because records have shown that in the past tribunal ni na ho na corruption no kese pa ewo. Enti se omasa kofa dia babie dia obi wan hwe ya man boso me miensa na ya kan wasem nyina wie o adware kro ma akwan man ko dware bi ombe twi wabo so omu ya na omakan wasem.
But said decisions of the tribunal can be appealed against.
Now then I say high court
subject to the
decision
appellate system.
And I may say even the current system depends.
Lost course.
So what I'm suggesting is a kangaroo court. Tribunal no more deban. Udo empanel a chairman of the tribunal. Now we share nas a panel on it. Then look at them. Udi asma making. Obeka se be a mayor prophet. Omoti was say no uhunu o man knows the mean business.
kwan omodi nipa bi befa so wɔ kurom ha no enti me pese me bi say won say we any bosha omampanyin mahama share ye ne ana because ye koto aba no not the issue of say be establish a tribunal ne ade no na
tribunal na wo manifest
and na me kire say na enye loud unlike say ye be run 24-hour economy ye ba me scrappy as gracia ne sa nyema no kai omampanyin mama ke kan sembi he was seen as anti-corruption crusader me ba me hwe say family and friends men practice bio as so and bibio ye bia ye west na me no me hu ne say Ghana for do na ba mo bu but omu ntime nka because media no ahode ne sen aban ba ya no twa budget kakraka obi at the presidency e bisa say sa budget we communication sa budget kakraka ye da hoyi mo de ye den ye ni ba e ho se na che say ensentwrofo ya omo betimi ahye omo mfunumu yi krofo ya ahye omo mfunumu tam en asem ne to hokra na en travel no omo dumja no and
no so uni evidence
me ni evidence
what evidence you then
me evidence there near ma me no manfo ama Yesu a me do be ma nanom abosom me ka kire o me de asem na me ka na u pushi me a me do be ma nanom abosom ama wa hu say asem na me kan me otu nyina so ananya no ane say na ye nyina na ye de ahyehyɛ so
na no one hwan de ko hyehyɛ so
ese wo na say me boa no wo se ntwo ni abeka say me boa no ne de ahyehyɛ so
me nka say oboa me say wo nyina so ne sen
me nyina so
making the claims
me nyina so ne say I deal with intelligence. It is a mechanic na say wo ba yire me a say wo ye bobi ansa na so wo ba yire me a me no de ba hyehyɛ so anwo say mani abre
say bobi ansa ni ha nti wo de kawasem
onu asem na metumaka me pese me kan edisi so dia say sa ne ma ni nyina e koso nti no say no ase asem ne to ho a say de nanka ye nim identifiable groups bi omutimi sorry the clergy afeu be hunu say National Peace Council sa omo ano omo voice say no obia akana no atum say obia kana no atum e wokrom ha yare hosem ene LGBTQ ani nsem mo kekan ye emu ayedin bela wo parliament on person omo pass omo tutu ni sinyina eye mrebia eye empty omo pakro omo nyai they shouldn't waste their time ene obia kana no atum obia kana atum free speech omo gagi nyina no obia kana no atum abuse of power koso obia kana no atum ukoka na o maka che se nyabotre na aban ne ba ye nche eno na wo kromu ha people are suffering adia ba chimbia ni ato petrol now people are not complaining coalition I can say transport union ahodo omo form coalition ni ade nyina no now they are not demonstrating meanwhile yatoto fuel mu diesel yatu diesel mu by 18% MPA omato fuel mu by is it 9.4% yatoto niema bebre mu eso obi aka na no atum wo ka ese inflation abafom eneko bisa omo ton cars okromu ha udu omo garages no asefem omo say yenua time okra na $1 ne cedi no na eda 15 ni 16 no ye bank crofo no an say because that time because sika de e wo ho a e de na o de be sebe obedi sa na tie but sika ni ho e mani bebre are complaining o mo kojo ma ye nto o mo niema sister ni mo ye din obia kana no atum as if we are hypnotized by the government. Obia minim se motobi ana said say minim adia o man panyini ne ndisi ato agu o man ne so ase muntu machi o man no obia ntimi nka na dwene wo hia nipa na hu na utimi se ni widie mu nyina ye problem aso ntimi nkasa and me just say I've been thinking
Say, so what actually is happening? What say you na yesechiri ya no eka. Ababa wabi eka asem Camila as a wine. And when you 1 year sentence. Yes. But you told me say there were excesses because sebi and some do abetumaka. Devoid of threat in this animal. Obet me I cancel my penny no more humodin. But ebia oko issue threat to be a honor na me fee say ebia na no contraso. But punishment in diama ye nuaba na excessive. Punishment no ye too much. Before say ye dene kwa kwatum. She ebro mubu mami obabesia na aban mu penifo hwepa se obabesia ya incastrate no na sa obabesia no mutimi efa koboko chane widiem ema emoja na ade ba ko asese ekoso ye metan wo wi ase some of the police officers accused persons no one dey amoye omo do back quarter na ye pian say asa ohun ye omo hi na omo pian no omo tia wo na so eno so free hin eno e say me bisa say eti ase otan bi any bitterness bi enkrofobia mu say ye enkrofobia wo ho a ye ka omo kokra no say we don't even want to see them. Obi, we are building a nation. Now, empenifo say we for nsa na wahwe wo de. Power transient. Enti say what ho? Say na president Kofo kan no say power tricky. Diama NDC for etimu ye omo da omo ye de omo pe a o kan kra no omo ye ne mo no say Ghana for am absolute power e parliament. Now they can do whatever they want to do. Eti adada omo nti amasese omo ye de omo pe. Omo ye de omo pe. O hwe e kwanyas selective justice koso a ama abambuo kase na aba. Ene wo ye opposition ni a abambuo na ba wo opposition for so ana opposition for ya bamobu adan aban no say ya gitum say ya ye boni dia emra kwan so no na emum no aban no esa de otan bi ahade anim enti akoye te say before kra say ye better obewie no na ye crucify ya say wadwuma wo ye gu anim ase ye jusu media platform na damage you ya kato connection bi international business awo na ye kati bibia adena ye yesa 4 years enwa o ene me ne o ka say be 2 years na agakre o eti no minuanom no omunsusu ono omu di nkomo a me hia bi na ono omu di nkomo a utimi hu se no ebi mu omu ba che se ase 2 mi nti no oma honhon no uhia bi mu no omu pie ba ase efunu a ye ato abontene bi abe say 1 week che se o ka hwe omu ntie all because of say come say oh yeah the parliament there we betwa fam sisia and you see media the minim ni say ewiase bibia betwam nti wo ya ade a na wadwene hu mienu say na wunua ya o twe na abo so yi unua ya ene ugu ne hu fin yi bia a time will come na baby a oti no so aba betena ho na wonim say no we are behaving say Ghana na chechere no 8 years ago because when NDC ni bia kasa say 8 years and there na moye na when catch us say Ghana a problem no ye the 8 years na o senka de ni nyina da bi na NDC wo ho na ye baaye ati we should be fair to ourselves the ye baaye na ye be fix ye number of roads e ba be ye no say that time no na almost so nya almost time no Professor Mills former vice president and no president John Dramani Mahama say brand almost so ye niam bebre I don't want to believe say and can people are buying by ye no enka ye best sign about be ye nyuma ni bebre governance a continuous process and net Accra Kumasi road the road is in deplorable state to extend that Uyo bakra na sebi wafefura nyame anyina wachi a ubedru bia be josokra no na wapon obi ade no ano odin especially eastern region hono ekwan na say ya then I ask myself say enti aban ekwan yi nti onye hu bibi am I yen? Because omo cover flight, no be na say be ne bottom mode. Flight in so no bedru also 2 airlines almost wa so domestic airlines. And open na me kame papa na ka me papa of blessed memory. Or say oba baku okromo obo mema sudwe. Enti wo be hu say sa awa ne passion for omo boy sudwe okromo ha. Oma yire fe yi so time. Enti no say kwan so wo say wo de kono people are suffering. Now no I'm happy. Say aban say oye expressway. Obi I'm not against it. I pray say aban ni betuma ye. Na emumu no yensan hwe unu say ya kwan no so eno so egu so say no kwan be na be fa so e be fix say rules ni na. Because me de minim kakra ne say oman bia watumpon bia no obekom no na dodo na ye ni road network. And in order to ensure high productivity, you need to work on your roads. We need to prioritize roads in this country. We should make sure, say, critical roads and a very crucial infrastructure. And what's a year as country? You hear any train so. Eti me say aban. Ya to aba e dia mamo. Ya to aba de mamui. Almost 2 years ini. Omo sheda nye bibia o, omo do omo ano keke o. So why aban ni deliverables no? There's nothing to write home about. As we speak, abandon shedan for any tangibles be and to what my year who say, okay, 2 years in or almost 2 years in or 1.5 years in and this aban way by and or my ABCD. Or my ABCD. And then aban okay, me go see a 24-hour market. We see 24-hour market e wo inche. 24-hour market. The only advantage was our market in ejana ne wom no.
Adentia.
Because anajokra de obiyam ye ne ya obetima ko. Apart from that,
I say women's bank branches na so beba market.
Na production to say in this country. Productivity to say we say you sustainable la. It is a commensurate with a 24-hour economy no. Oh, a problem. Obi. O mine na ye chichiri. Me can say o mine na ye chichiri. Enti no o man panyini should set up. Say abane de na ho odi nyina akwa akogu a constitutional review committee amendment proposal. Sure. Yes. It's over ma utie o mon komo nyina ye beji we yatum yatum. Yes. Obeji yatum because you nim say you have the numbers in parliament. Notwithstanding, it's about bread and butter issue. And ne a common din crofo pa. People are complaining bitterly. Ushian crofo mo kan they open up to you. Honorable. And you more din abai no dia na wo ye. And you more din abai no dia na wo ye. But only when this vocabulary so and inflation the conform. But it must be reflective. People are complaining. But voices I was say so more so can be more mono. Oma koma no atum. Asophobia no me loud. And now mo nyina koma no atum. Obekom no na obi amana obi akoto offering bi amano a aso na ninti no efiri ho no wakana no atum. And the members are suffering. Why na beka bi ama wo mo? And then why galamsey fight why na kasa? Obi a omo a odu ani tu obi so obi beka ma wa. Enti dia me metimi aka ene say in their small way omo nyina nchechero omo adwene platform ketu bi abenya bia no kire wadwene about aban no model mo. It's so sad. Me raho papa. Eni me ekoso no me raho kwanya ora mahama ban ya fa so erepi amagana na no odin chese ye kan ya kan say because parliament ya mo to test
mo national organizer say next week mo be demonstration democracy is dying demonstration or democracy is BBC demonstration.
Democracy they under siege now.
Yeah, democracy under siege was a dying demonstration.
Okay. Yes, sad demonstration ebebaso because a bread do say was ye kasa. A bread do say it was ye shisha ye hun cry. Na yeti abane so ntesukoko. Emma obi hunu se niema e koso no sebi penfo se kwase na se ye ne yonko na nye ne me. Etu ayonko so ase etu aduam. Nipa no bi ye tieti on fa ahudie so you feel that a meka entino there's nothing wrong with that. Ne mumu de pese ye kan say Ghana fo nyina na wo say ye sorry. Na ye tia NDC aban yi say ye ne to abade mamu. Na kwan amafa so amo chechire oman no enko yie isan say kasa keke kura na ye kan so mo gage ye dia ene den na ye beye eden na ye beye say ma bet na hana bia ma no akopa kasa tia aban mu mpanifo a na ye twe menwere so na mea menua NDC ni so aba bet na no de waka asem agunipa past government appointees wo gu ohun fin a describe omo so omo ye se bo omo ya kromfo na say nipa no wi a ono de ya bona baso. I mean, what kind of environment is this? Etino, I was say, ye nyina yajitu mu say, justice for all. I was say nyina yajitu mu say, we are all equal before the law of this country. I was say yajitu mu say, obi ensu nchen obi, ne mum eni die, ena 2 minute de ahye bi mu nsem no nche sebi omo ye nipa echen yen. Aban mu yimu. Me say me wo agencies bear phobia. Next week me kan ho asem. Hwe. Niam bi koso.
Asempa FM.
I'm not a tribalist and I don't want to be tribalistic and adie bi edi nipa mu ntiti mu nipa mu bia me pese me ka ho asem. Name is becoming one too many. Enti media fam from me ma nipa no be hint. Say if it is established na ye hunu sampa say ni edi nipa bi fa so as if say omo de baby omo free benti ni edo omo fa so de ene de ne eno de will speak our mind eno de me pese me nuanom NDC for no tia say Ghana ye nyina ye dia Ghana ye nyina ye dia obi kasa ene we free ha we din nie no ye mfa nchichiri kro ebokro sebia de aho kra na chichiri kro ne say nintino regardless of wherever you are coming from or irrespective of your political affiliation your tribal allegiance e was say uhunu say we are one people with a common destiny, we are one people with a clear sense of direction. Say Ghana for ahana ye pese ye ko ne momuno se ekoba se ye be reduce citizens ni be to second class citizens na afei aban mu mpanifo bi ebe munamuna nkrofo bi all because of say we me tribesman we nka me ho dia eno de I'm telling you say saa de no say oniema nkitinkiti bi enenam no omode wi nkrofo no say ye de hu hyem e okromu a they will find it difficult to contain the situation. I'm telling you.
Mamenase, Papa, Honorable Collins Owusu Amankwa, and the former MP Menchia North constituency. It's a Friday, and the weekend begins now. Please, if you'd chill in moderation, and remember, say Ghana needs you. And the show huye nyame adomo a wotsena ekua boachoa ya domba betena se diku krantu me bebremo at 6:30 am edwoada ye besen abade Ekosiisen dwumedie no abremo bio. Yes, sorry, ye de asempa yeti awia kedwa nankasa aba betena se na or the council etumi atoa. So you don't want to miss any of our programs.